Chapter 250. Yi Fan crushed Ji Yunfeng to death with the embracing mountain seal, turning him into dust. Broken Mountain was deathly silent as everyone stared blankly. A disciple of the clan of the ancients had been killed. The scene just now was shocking. Throwing out mountains and suppressing the Ji clan's cultivators, Yi Fan's performance was too shocking. He had the bearing of an overlord who could lift a cauldron. Only after a long time had passed did the young cultivators of the Chu province wake up, and they began to discuss with each other like a tide. Just who is he? Could he be the reincarnation of a demon king? Holding a mountain and suppressing an enemy, this is too terrifying. The embracing mountain seal is an absolute art of the North Domain. It requires a great amount of godly strength, and is difficult for ordinary people to use. Yet this person continuously formed seals and threw out 9 mountains at once. This is too monstrous. Could it be that he has the godly king physique? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying potential? His godly strength seems to be inexhaustible, and the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. The entire Broken Mountain was in an uproar as everyone discussed. A disciple of the clan of the ancients being killed was not a small matter. This person killed a disciple of the clan of the ancients in front of everyone. This concerned the reputation of the clan of the ancients. This was not a spar but a purposeful killing. Who are you? The other 3 cultivators of the clan of the Ji clan stood high up in the sky and surrounded Yi Fan. Their eyes were spitting fire, and their killing intent was revealed. The gathering of the young cultivators of Chu Prefecture was organized by them in the name of their clan. This person came to the scene and killed the organizer. This result would damage the reputation of the Ji clan. I will take revenge for Yunfeng, one of them said with a cold voice. Then he suddenly disappeared into thin air. Hua! The crowd was shocked. Under broad daylight, a person's figure could be seen floating in the air. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Yi Fan's robes fluttered in the wind as celestial energy covered his body. He stood there quietly without any signs of panic, and was extremely calm. The mist became hazy and the space around him became distorted. A figure flashed, and the cultivator of the Ji clan rushed out. He spat out a divine sword from his mouth, and slashed towards Yi Fan's back. However, Yi Fan seemed to have expected this. Without any ripples, he calmly attacked. His golden fist arrived first and met the resplendent divine sword head-on. Clang! The drawn-out sound traveled for more than 10 miles, reverberating in the Broken Cloud Mountain range. The golden fist sent the sharp sword flying. Cracks appeared on its surface, and then it shattered inch by inch like rotten wood. The wind blew it into the air, and golden powder drifted down to the ground. Great Void Technique. That's right, this is another unparalleled secret technique of the Ji clan. Within a short distance, it can be used to travel through space. Its destructive power is extremely great, and it's impossible to guard against. This is a world-shocking technique, an important technique recorded in the Void Ancient Scripture, a secret technique of the Ji clan. At this moment, the people on Broken Mountain finally understood why the disciple suddenly disappeared. He was displaying a strange technique. This kind of secret technique was extremely terrifying. During the battle, it would appear and disappear unpredictably, making it impossible for one to guard against it. It would kill without leaving a trace, causing the opponent to tremble in fear. However, Yi Fan was not afraid. He understood this secret technique very well. Ji Ziyue had taught him the complete chant, and he also knew the Great Void Technique. Ever since he came to the northern region, he had not used it, fearing that his identity would be exposed. In addition, there was another reason. He cultivated the old madman's footwork, so the Great Void Technique was dispensable to him. Ji Yunqing was very surprised. He did not expect the opponent to dodge it so easily. He was not startled by the Great Void Technique, and did not panic. Without a sound, he disappeared once again, and used the Great Void Technique to attack Yi Fan. Boom! The space distorted, and everything became blurry. A huge black palm slapped out. The scene was quite terrifying and abrupt. The black palm covered the sky and covered the earth, pressing down on Yi Fan. With a rumbling sound, it slapped down violently. Yi Fan raised his golden fist to resist. Clang! The sound was earth-shaking, like a huge hammer hitting the divine drum of the celestial court. It made people's ears ring and made them feel dizzy. On Broken Mountain, many people's bodies trembled. They staggered back a dozen steps, their blood and chi surging. It had to be said that the Black Palm had extraordinary effects when used in conjunction with the Great Void technique. When the two secret techniques were combined, their power rose sharply. Down below, many of the spectators turned pale. They thought that it would be difficult for them to withstand the attack. The attack had caught them off guard, and the giant black hand was lethal to cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace's secret plane. However, Yi Fan took it on. His golden fist blocked the Black Palm and stopped it in the air. However, this person was clearly stronger than Ji Yinfeng. The Black Palm was like a huge dark cloud. Black mist filled the sky and rumbled, pressing down like a mountain. This was an extremely terrifying wave of divine force, black and oppressive, intimidating one's soul. The large hand covered the sky and covering the earth. It was as if there was a black sea surging, rushing downwards. Yi Fan's fist was blazing with golden light. He punched the sky 9 times in a row, causing the sky to shake. Everyone's expression changed. This scene was extremely terrifying. The pure physical strength was actually so powerful. The golden fist smashed the void until it was about to collapse. The 9 fists shook the heavens and destroyed the large black hand in midair. Yi Fan had cultivated the attacking divine techniques of the 9 secrets. He could evolve many killing techniques, such as the seal of sun and moon, the seal of mountains and rivers, the seal of fire phoenix, and so on. However, he could not use them here. The battle saint technique was ever-changing. If he could use all kinds of divine seals, and use them to their fullest potential, people would definitely be able to deduce the truth. At that time, the great sage would definitely attack. For the sake of the 9 secrets, they would definitely surround and block him. The Jiang clan would also go crazy. The attacking divine techniques of the 9 secrets could not be used in public. The disciples of the Ji clan are only SOSO. I was wondering how amazing you were. Why don't the 3 of you come at me together? That way, I won't kill you one by one. Yi Fan purposely mocked them. He knew that unless there was no other choice, it would be very difficult for the other party to put down their pride and attack him together. Their origins determined their burden. It would be hard to say if the 3 of them worked together to fight one person on behalf of the clan of the ancients. It's enough for me to fight you alone, Ji Yunqing shouted. At the side, the 2 disciples of the Ji clan had ugly expressions. They were already prepared to attack. Let's have a fair battle with him first. If we can't beat him, we can attack at any time, one of them said secretly. If they really couldn't beat him, they would attack together and kill him at the same time. Their lives and victory were more important than anything else. They had to do so even if they would be criticized. Ji Yunqing displayed his invincible might. He used the Great Void technique to travel through the void space to a wondrous level. He came and went without a trace, and the huge black palm print slapped the sky. The cultivators who were watching the battle were all terrified. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He didn't dodge quickly. Instead, he hurriedly used indirect attacks. He always managed to resolve the dangerous situation by a hair's breadth and purposely numbed his opponent. The Great Void technique is indeed peerless. It's truly a trump card. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, if one can master this technique, they will be invincible. It's indeed terrifying. We can't predict where he will appear at all. This mysterious person is very powerful, but he's now in a very passive position. The Void ancient scripture is indeed the legacy of the great emperor. It's profound and unfathomable. The secret technique contained within is unfathomable. The cultivators watching the battle were all astonished. Yi Fan sneered. Unless one cultivated this technique to the extreme, as long as one's consciousness was strong enough, one would be able to foresee the future and determine where the opponent would appear from in advance. If one couldn't become one with the void, there would always be fluctuations that could be used to resist this supreme secret technique. Moreover, he himself had grasped this technique. However, Yi Fan was also very impressed. The technique left behind by the Void Emperor could be said to be the ultimate way. Once it was cultivated to the great perfection realm, it would be incomparably terrifying. It would be everywhere, invisible and formless. It could kill the enemy in the void with a single thought. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Ji Yunqing to reach this realm now. As time went on, everyone thought that Yi Fan was restrained by the void technique and couldn't resist this supreme secret technique. He would definitely be defeated. Finally, Yi Fan made his move. He determined where Ji Yunqing was going to appear, and looked at where the two disciples of the Ji family were standing. The void was blurry. Ji Yunqing had just rushed out when he felt the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on him. The golden fist was indestructible and waiting outside. It was as if he had delivered himself to the door. Although his void palm imprint had already been formed, it couldn't block it. This time, Yi Fan's fists were several times stronger than before. The golden fist wind surged and the multicolored light blazed. The thick golden clouds churned like a vast ocean, sending many of the cultivators on the broken mountain flying. There was no need to even mention the ones high up in the sky. Yi Fan made a killing move and broke through the black palm. The golden fist let out a tsunami-like sound that shook the sky. Boom. It was a pity that Ji Yunqing was facing the fist head-on. He succeeded because of the Great Void Technique, but he failed because of the Great Void Technique. Uft. Ji Yunqing was beaten to a pulp. Not to mention his physical body. Even a cultivator of the 4 extreme secret realms would have to suffer a grievance if he took such a punch. Golden waves rushed into the sky and surged violently. The sky was filled with thick golden clouds, and the golden waves swept many people away. Yunqing. The 2 disciples of the Ji family who were watching the battle shouted. The Great Void Technique had clearly restrained the other party, so how did he get killed in the blink of an eye? The 2 of them were sad and furious. They charged forward at the same time. Before Yi Fan made the killing move, he had already calculated his position and disappeared in an instant. He didn't just want to kill one person. At this moment, he used the Great Void Technique of the Ji family and appeared out of nowhere. He cut off one person's path and struck out with the void palm imprint. This change was too sudden. No one would have thought that this great enemy would know the unparalleled art of the Ji family, the Great Void Technique. Yi Fan's calculations were accurate. When he appeared, that disciple of the Ji family just happened to rush over and meet the terrifying black palm. This was the void palm imprint activated by the Battle Saint technique. It was like a black sky pressing down. It was impossible to estimate how terrifying its power was. Pow! A bone-chilling sound rang out. The black palm smashed that disciple of the Ji family into pieces in the air. His body and soul were both destroyed. The strongest disciple of the 4 rushed over. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. There was an uproar below. This was somewhat inconceivable. This person used the unparalleled art of the Ji family to kill a disciple of the Ji family. Heavens, he used the Great Void Technique and killed an expert of the Ji family. No wonder he doesn't fear the Great Void Technique. He is also proficient in this secret technique. Who exactly are you? Ji Yunlin shouted. His face was ashen. Out of the 4 young experts of the Ji family, in less than an hour he was the only one left. At this point, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds could no longer sit still and watch. The people of the Ji family were almost completely annihilated. They rushed into the sky. Didn't you organize the gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu province for me? Who do you think I am? The white mist dispersed and Yi Fan's true appearance was revealed. He quietly stood in the sky. His black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were clear and his sleeves fluttered. He had an otherworldly temperament. It's you, Yi Fan. Ji Yunlin felt as if his head was exploding. He never would have thought that it would be him. The 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds were also incomparably shocked. The main character came here and started a massacre. This truly surpassed their imaginations. Many of the cultivators of the Chu province were even more dumbstruck. Then the crowd below burst into an uproar. This youth was the person that the Ji family wanted to kill. This caused them to be astonished. He was truly audacious. Under the arrest order of the Huanggu family, he didn't hide and actually dared to show himself. Let's use the Great Void Technique against the Great Void Technique. Giant palm imprint against giant palm imprint. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. How about it? Yi Fan spoke. Ji Yunlin almost vomited blood. Didn't you all want to kill me? Today, I've come myself. Yi Fan clearly wanted to start a massacre. Chapter 251. He's the person the Ji clan is looking for, yet he dares to come here and start a massacre. How surprising. Is it this youth? He's wanted by the Ji clan and the light-shaking realm, yet he still dares to do this. I wonder what he's relying on. On the Broken Mountain, many people were discussing. All of them were extremely shocked. Right now, Yi Fan looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His delicate face even looked a little immature. It was hard to connect him to the aura he had when he was fighting in all directions. The 4 light-shaking realm disciples sealed off the surroundings to prevent him from escaping. Ji Yunlin almost crushed his teeth. Yi Fan had burned a supreme elder of the Ji clan to death, and even took away the Great Void technique. He was the public enemy of the Ji clan's younger generation. Buzz. The sky trembled as Ji Yunlin attacked furiously. His black hand covered the sky and covered Yi Fan like a black cloud. It was so dark that it made people shiver in fear. Buzz. Yi Fan also unleashed a large palm imprint. It was as black as ink and covered the sky. It was like a black piece of land had descended and fiercely slammed forward. A needle against an awl. Bang! The 2 large black hands clashed together, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Black mist surged and rushed in all directions. The destructive power caused many people to feel fear. On the Broken Mountain, many cultivators had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. They were affected by the terrifying shock waves, and even more fell to the ground. Many young cultivators flew up, not daring to stay here. They all dodged far away before stopping. Puffed! The 2 large black hands clapped together again. This time, the sound was very soft, but it was even more terrifying. The black clouds covered the sky as if they were being silently annihilated. Ji Yunlin's expression was ashen. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth as his body flew backwards. He had obtained the orthodox inheritance but was still no match for the opponent. Even though Yi Fan had only obtained the incomplete form of the Great Void palm imprint, he had grasped the Battle Saint technique. Using it as the source, it was enough to complete it to perfection. Swish! Yi Fan used the Great Void technique and disappeared from his original position. He appeared in front of Ji Yunlin, and his large black hand slammed down with the force of a thunderbolt. Ji Yunlin passively attacked and unleashed the sky-severing finger. The tip of his finger was sparkling and 5 dragons soared into the sky, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Boom! The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Ji Yunlin roared furiously. The void palm imprint in his right hand and the heaven-severing finger in his left hand fused into one, raising his power by a large amount. The huge black hand and the silver dragon scissors slashed down, wanting to cut the firmament in half. This part of the world shook violently. Yi Fan only used the void great hand imprint to face it, possessing mountain-toppling and sea-overturning power. The heavenly dome trembled, dark clouds covering the sky. At the same time, they would display the Great Void technique from time to time, shuttling through the void. It was dazzling and difficult to follow their movements. This was just too fast. The 2 figures continuously flickered about, displaying the secret methods of Ji family's ancient scriptures without restraint, striking the void until it caved in from east to west, continuously deforming. In the distance, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This type of confrontation was extremely terrifying, and they knew that they were no match for him. If they went up, they would definitely be beaten into mush. Yi Fan's heart stirred. The sky-severing finger and the void palm merged into one, and the interaction between the left and right hands was extremely shocking. His opponent's strength had more than doubled, and he was actually able to block him. He felt that he could imitate it and fuse it into the Battle Saint technique. This way he would have another great killing technique. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, black light and silver splendor splashed about. The sky trembled, and Ji Yunlin's body shook violently. He retreated more than 10 steps in the void, and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he could not endure it anymore. He could not block Yi Fan's berserk power. His opponent's divine power was inexhaustible, and he was simply unable to contend against him. Ji Yunlin's expression was unsightly. Yi Fan used Ji family's absolute art to suppress him, and this was a type of humiliation to him. My G family's heroes are not here. Otherwise, even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill you. Are you talking about the moons of G family? After I enter the 4 extreme secret realm, I will naturally go and have a look. Yi Fan pressed forward. The people of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground hurriedly went forward. If Ji Yunlin also died here, they really had no way to explain it to Ji family. People of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground, do I have any enmity with you? Why did you get involved? Yi Fan asked coldly. You have committed many acts of injustice. We are helping Ji family, what's wrong with that? A female disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground avoided the main point and changed the topic. I saved one of Ji family's little moons, and she passed on a secret technique to me. In the end, Ji family repaid kindness with enmity and chased after me for 10,000 miles. This is called committing many acts of injustice? Yi Fan laughed coldly. You colluded with the demon race and burned a respected senior of Ji family to death. Is that not enough? The female disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground said coldly. She was born with a face like a flower and the face like the moon, and was rather beautiful. You really know how to take things out of context. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides and said, There's no point in saying anything else. Since you guys are here, I don't mind. I will make you all stay here. These people had gathered together to deal with him, so he had no reason to show mercy. Do you really think you can start a massacre? The female disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground sneered. She shouted at the surrounding cultivators, Everyone, please help us take down this wretch. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He attacked like lightning towards the female disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. There were a total of 2 men and 2 women from the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. With Ji Yunlin's addition, it was a very astonishing combat strength. The 5 young powerhouses were all at the peak of the 3rd firmament of the Dao Palace, with 1 foot in the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace. Yi Fan's talent was extraordinary. He could go against the flow and kill immortals. With his strength at the 2nd firmament of the Dao Palace, he could fight against a powerhouse at the 3rd firmament. But if he were to face 5 people at once, it would be difficult to predict whether he would survive. After all, every one of them was a realm higher than him. If it were an ordinary person, they would immediately be crushed to death. However, he did not panic. He did not run away, but instead rushed forward. The space between his eyebrows shone, and his divine sense manifested. The golden sword was very small, no more than an inch long, but it was fatal. This was a powerful divine sense attack. The female disciple of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground screamed pitifully. She clutched her head in pain, losing all ability to fight. Her ear-piercing screams tore through the air. Yi Fan used the footwork of a crazy old man and rushed forward. His palm was like a knife as he gently sliced down. With a puff, that beautiful head was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The head had a confused expression, and its hair was covered in blood. It was a very shocking scene. There were some young cultivators from the Chu state that had rushed over, but when they saw this scene, they all retreated. If even a descendant of a holy land had been beheaded in a single exchange, wouldn't they be seeking death if they went up? If they wanted to improve their relationship with a Holy Land disciple, they could not gamble with their lives. Using the Great Void technique, Yi Fan tore through the air, and suddenly appeared in front of a male Wavering Light Sacred Ground disciple. His powerful divine sense manifested once more. Puff! This time, it was even more direct. An inch-long golden sword pierced through his forehead, causing his corpse to fall from the sky. Don't get too close. Sense the fluctuations in the air to avoid being killed by his divine sense attack. Ji Yunlin shouted. The remaining male and female disciples from the Wavering Light Sacred Ground had extremely ugly expressions. The other party had actually killed their fellow disciple in an instant. This caused them to feel both fear and anger. Boom! Yi Fan's large black hand collided with Ji Yunlin. At the same time, he used the Embracing Mountain Seal to fight against the Wavering Light Sacred Ground disciple and female disciple. This time, the 3 of them were even more careful. They were all fighting from a distance and clearly understood the rules of the Great Void technique. They did not give him any chance to kill them with his divine sense. The male disciple of the wavering light sacred ground summoned a field of starlight. 36 fist-sized stars flew out, all of them refined from violet river heavenly sand. Each of them was sparkling and resplendent, emitting a hazy purple aura. This was an important treasure that had been refined by an elder of the wavering light sacred ground. 36 purple stars shone brightly in the sky like a screen of light enshrouded in purple mist. Every single one of them was shooting down blinding sword energy. It had to be said that this was an important treasure of the sect. It could condense the power of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Even the radiance of the sun was absorbed. The sword chi was like a rainbow. It was extremely dazzling and unstoppable. It almost split the air apart. Dang dang dang. Yi Fan made his move. His large hand collided with the sword chi. Even with his powerful physical body, he still felt waves of numbness. This sect's secret treasure was very frightening. It could condense the power of heaven and earth, which was very disadvantageous to him. Scarlet light flickered. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground summoned a large red net. Red mist pervaded the air. The net's threads were sparkling and translucent. It sealed off the sky and sealed Yi Fan inside. The large scarlet net burned fiercely. It wanted to refine Yi Fan to death inside. This was also an important treasure, and was very extraordinary. What are you all waiting for? Attack together and turn him into ashes. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground shouted at the crowd. Finally, more than 10 people rushed over. Seeing that Yi Fan was trapped by two great treasures, they wanted to add more flowers to the brocade. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a small cauldron. It was only an inch tall. There were no waves of divine power or radiance. It looked simple and natural. One artifact to break all techniques, he shouted and summoned the cauldron. The Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture had a technique called one artifact to break all techniques. It was known as the 100 flowers kill after I bloom technique. However, one had to reach a certain realm to be able to display its power. When Yi Fan was in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, he had only forged one cauldron. After entering the secret realm of the Tao Palace, he still did the same. He placed the cauldron in his 5 great divine treasures, and refined it continuously. Every great secret realm could forge many artifacts. Others had many artifacts, but he only had one. He wanted to evolve Tao and reason. The 3-legged, 2-eared round cauldron enlarged to more than 9 meters tall. A misty yellow aura seeped out. It looked even more simple and elegant. It was filled with incomparable power. Boom! The cauldron shook in the air and suddenly exploded with a yellow aura. The 36 purple stars were all shattered. The male disciple of the wavering light sacred ground spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. The source root of all things hung down in strands, shocking everyone. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could be refined into an extreme weapon. It was like the phoenix blood scarlet gold, a sacred object exclusive to the great emperors. Heavens, it's the yellow aura. To be more precise, it's the source root of all things. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan summoned the cauldron. The 9-meter-tall cauldron rushed into the air and trembled continuously. An ancient aura spread out, shattering the large scarlet net into pieces. Suppress! Yi Fan shouted. The 9-meter-tall cauldron pressed down from above the female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground. In an instant, she was frozen in place. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She couldn't move at all. She was still more than 10 meters away, and her body was about to crack. It was hard to imagine how heavy this cauldron was. The strands of energy that flowed out were unbearable. Clang! Ji Yunlin sent out a void palm print. The black palm heavily struck the 9-meter-tall ancient cauldron. However, it couldn't move it at all. It only made a loud sound. Chapter 252. The cauldron made of the source chi of all things was dripping with yellow light. It was majestic and simple, and it had the power to suppress the mountains and rivers. The female disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land was in the 3rd level of the Holy Ji Palace. She even had 1 foot in the 4th level, but she couldn't move at all. The 9-meter-tall cauldron hung in the sky. Every time it pressed down, the female disciple would cough up blood. Wounds would appear on her skin. Junior sister. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. He spat out a jade seal. At first it was only an inch tall and crystal clear, but it quickly grew bigger. The jade seal was as big as a mountain. It had the power of 1,000 tons. It was as if a mountain had been moved over, and the air was shaking. The situation was critical. The female disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land was suppressed by the cauldron. Even though she hadn't touched it, and was more than 10 meters away, she couldn't bear it anymore. Wounds appeared on her body. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land used all his strength to summon the seal. The sky rumbled. The jade seal was clear, and its power shook the sky. It made people feel uneasy. Dang! The jade seal shook and scattered divine light. It was like a blade that cut the cauldron, but it was useless. The cauldron was like the sea and couldn't be moved. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and activated his power. The jade seal shone brightly. It was like a shining mountain, crashing into the 9-meter-tall cauldron. A cauldron made of yellow light was hard to find in the world. It was almost an immortal item. Even though the male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land knew about it, he had to fight. Even if he had to destroy the jade seal, there was nothing he could do. Otherwise, his fellow disciple would die. The jade seal was as big as a mountain. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on it seemed to have come back to life. They made the jade seal even heavier and more solid. Bang! The jade seal that was like a crystal mountain finally hit the cauldron. Even though it looked much bigger than the cauldron, it wasn't as strong. The 9-meter-tall cauldron didn't move at all. Wisps of yellow light flowed out, and the jade mountain was crushed. With a boom, it turned into jade light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the cauldron made of the source chi of all things. Under such an attack, it didn't move at all. It floated in the air motionlessly. Clang! Ji Yunlin made his move and struck out with the sky-severing finger, causing the 9-meter-tall cauldron to tremble. However, it couldn't move at all and stood there like a mountain, unable to change anything. Ji Yunlin flicked his finger once again, and unleashed the sky-severing dragon revolving energy. 5 dragons coiled around the cauldron and their thick bodies wrapped around it. They raised their heads high, and wanted to pull it up and throw it into the distance. Unfortunately, even the 5 dragons' locking cauldron could not move it in the slightest. The cauldron overflowed with a mysterious yellow aura and flowed towards the dragons. With a few cracking sounds, the 5 true dragons coiled around the cauldron were all broken and completely dissipated. Everyone, quickly make your move and save Yaoguang's fairy. Ji Yunlin shouted loudly and transmitted to the surrounding people. Everyone, please make your move. The light-shaking realm will reward you handsomely. The male light-shaking realm disciple yelled. Just now, more than 10 people had rushed over, but when they saw the might of the cauldron, they all stopped in their tracks and stood in the sky not far away. They could neither advance nor retreat. When they saw that Yi Fan was trapped, they originally wanted to add the icing on the cake and go forward to help. They never thought that the appearance of the mysterious yellow cauldron would change everything. At this moment, the people from the clan of the ancients and the light-shaking realm called out at the same time. But they had no choice but to advance. More than 10 people each took out their weapons and attacked the cauldron. The young cultivators from the Chu province dared to go forward, so their cultivation was naturally not ordinary. Their weapons shook the sky and divine radiance circulated like lightning. They were like flaming silver dragons, hissing as they illuminated the sky. Clang, kacha, clang. Even though these people's cultivation was not ordinary, they were still unable to move the mysterious yellow cauldron. This kind of heavenly and divine object was a rare treasure. Once it was forged into a weapon, it would be indestructible and immortal. The cauldron trembled slightly and mysterious yellow overflowed in all directions, turning all the weapons into fine powder. Yi Fan stood on top of the cauldron. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were clear. He exerted force and the cauldron sank down. The light-shaking realm female disciple screamed miserably. Her body was almost destroyed and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone, please join hands against the enemy and send the cauldron flying. The light-shaking realm male disciple shouted loudly. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood which ignited around his body. Then his body erupted with a resplendent radiance as if he was burning like a sun. Even though this kind of secret technique was not the impenetrable sacred light technique, it was still a secret technique that was not passed down. It was another supreme secret technique recorded in the ancient scriptures. His entire body was resplendent as if it was burning. He slapped out with his right hand, and a large expanse of divine flames covered the sky and earth as they surged over. A flaming palm covered the sky and fiercely slammed into the cauldron. Dang! The sound shook the sky and the void trembled. Everyone, he is already exhausted and cannot attack anymore. Let's suppress him together. Ji Yunlin also shouted loudly. A large black hand covered the sky. He unleashed a large void palm imprint that was like a vast and mighty black cloud. It continuously slammed into the mysterious yellow cauldron, creating a deafening sound. Kill. Everyone join hands to kill him. As long as we can knock him out of the cauldron made from the source energy of all things, he will be meat on the chopping board. The dozen or so people rushed over and attacked with all their might. Since they had already chosen to attack, they could only deal a heavy blow. Dang clang. Ear-piercing noises pierced through the broken cloud mountain range. Everyone attacked the mysterious yellow cauldron. Everyone knew that it was impossible to destroy this cauldron. This kind of weapon made from a divine object was almost immortal. They only hoped that they could knock it flying and shake the youth out of the source energy. Yi Fan was indeed running out of divine power. This cauldron was like a bottomless pit and could not be filled at all. However, he was not completely exhausted yet. He only wanted to wait for these people to rush over. The reason he did not kill the opponent under the cauldron in one go was to give others a misconception that he could save the light-shaking realm female disciple. Sure enough, these people all rushed over. At this point, Yi Fan no longer held back. He activated the large cauldron and unleashed his immortal might. Pfft! Below, that female disciple turned into a bloody mist and directly turned into ashes. Boom! The large cauldron moved as if the sky and earth were being turned upside down. The mysterious yellow chi overflowed and rushed in all directions. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. The dozen or so cultivators could not stop it at all. The mysterious yellow chi flowing out of this cauldron was as heavy as a mountain. These people were like ants trying to shake a tree. Pft! The first figure was turned into dust. Pft pft. The second, the third, all turned into ashes one after another, crushed by the mysterious yellow chi. The large cauldron shook, and the dozen or so cultivators that rushed over were all turned into ashes. Not a single one of them could resist. No matter what kind of secret techniques they used, they were all destroyed. No matter what kind of weapons they took out, they were all broken and destroyed. This was the might of a single cauldron destroying 10,000 techniques. The cauldron formed from the source energy of all living things shook, and everything in its path was destroyed. The light-shaking realm male disciple cried out loudly. The divine flames formed a large palm that madly slammed against the large cauldron, creating a deafening sound. However, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The large cauldron crushed him, and his body was immediately smashed into pieces. On the battlefield, only one figure had not been destroyed, and that was Ji Yunlin. However, it was obvious that he would not live for long either. The lower half of his body had turned into a bloody mist, and a large black hand was placed in front of his upper body. He was still gasping for breath. All of the spectators felt a chill in their hearts. This youth was too terrifying. One cauldron to destroy 10,000 techniques, destroying all of his opponents. This kind of battle prowess made people tremble in fear. You are really tough to survive until the end. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The cauldron had already shrunk to a meter tall, and was suspended above his head. Wisps of mysterious yellow energy fell down and tightly protected him. This sacred object of the sect caused all the spectators to be both envious and fearful. You won't be able to survive either. My Ji family has experts in Chu state. If you can't leave this oasis, you will definitely be killed. Since I dared to come, why would I be afraid of this? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Little brat, don't be too proud. When you meet the true young heroes of my Ji family, you will know what a true expert is. Are you talking about Ji Haoyue, Ji Biyue, or Ji Haiyue? Yi Fan asked calmly. Why do we need the young heroes of my Ji family's 4 extreme secret realm to kill you? Young disciples at the 4th or 5th level of the Doctrine Palace are more than enough. Killing you is like stepping on an ant. Ji Yunlin gritted his teeth. I have already killed 3 disciples at the 3rd level of the Doctrine Palace. Including you, there will be 4. What's so great about disciples at the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace? I will continue to try, Yi Fan said casually. Don't be so arrogant. My Ji family has many experts. There are countless disciples who are stronger than us. When the time comes, you will have nowhere to run. Are there many disciples at the 4th or 5th level of the Doctrine Palace? In the future, I don't mind killing them all. Yi Fan was very calm. The spectators from afar were shocked. This youth was like a demon king. He dared to wave his blade at the Huanggu family. He was filled with a demonic nature that sent chills down their spines. Be arrogant all you want. Your whereabouts have been exposed. It is impossible for you to leave the Chu state. 2 of the top 10 experts of my Ji family's Dao Palace secret realm are in this oasis. Let's see how you survive. Ji Yunlin's face was livid. Yi Fan did not care. He continued to talk calmly. Unknowingly, he had gotten a lot closer. At that moment, he suddenly attacked. In the center of his brow, from the golden lake, a powerful divine sense was formed and shot at Ji Yunlin's consciousness. Ah! Ji Yunlin screamed. Let me borrow the void ancient scripture to take a look. Yi Fan rushed forward and sealed Ji Yunlin. He knew clearly that it was impossible for Ji Yunlin to grasp the entire ancient scripture, but he must have learned a few supreme secret techniques. If he could find them, it would be a great harvest for him. Dream on. In his consciousness, Ji Yunlin roared. You will never get it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart palpitated. He had a bad feeling. He decisively retracted his divine sense and retreated. Pfft! Ji Yunlin's head turned into ashes. A terrifying void power exploded there. Piercing through the void, black fog filled the air, causing people's hearts to tremble as it shot towards him. Dang! The cauldron made from the source chi of all living beings shook, and the mysterious yellow chi fell down like silk ribbons, blocking the dark light and preventing it from entering. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the cauldron made of black-yellow chi, he would have been hit by the black light. These disciples all have the power of the void sealed in their sea of consciousness. This is really frightening. Yi Fan stood alone on the battlefield. The 8 young disciples of the clan of the ancients and the wavering light Holy Land were all killed by him. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. In order to capture him, these people organized the gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu state. However, he barged into the scene and started a massacre, killing them all. In the distance, the young cultivators of the Chu state found it hard to calm down. One could imagine that today's matter would be earth-shattering and cause endless waves. This news could not be suppressed at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, all the young cultivators of the Chu state had seen it. It would definitely spread at the first possible moment. 2 great sage came to capture a youth, yet he provoked them. Killing 8 direct disciples in succession was the same as slapping Ji clan's face. It would definitely cause a huge uproar. Chapter 253. The battle had ended. 8 direct disciples from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land had been killed. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. Yi Fan landed on the broken mountain. The young cultivators of Chuzhou all retreated. Although this young man with flying hair looked gentle and quiet, everyone labeled him as a young demon king. Many people were discussing in low voices. When this news spread throughout the North region, how was this young man going to survive? The Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land had immortal inheritances and were supreme existences in the Eastern Wasteland. If anyone offended them, there would be no place for them in the world. Everyone please disperse, Yi Fan said with a smile. Let's go. We can't continue with the gathering of the young cultivators of Chuzhou. However, we were able to watch such a great battle, so this trip was worth it. Shu, be quiet. If the Ji family finds out, you'll be in trouble. That's nothing. The Ji family doesn't have that much power in the North region. What's there to be afraid of? Many people discussed spiritedly. They flew into the distance, leaving just like that. Even though Chuzhou wasn't big, there were many young experts. Naturally, many of them coveted Yi Fan's cauldron. It was definitely a holy item. Many people wanted to take action to seize it, but they didn't dare act recklessly. The cauldron made from all life source energy floated above Yi Fan's head, releasing strand after strand of mysterious yellow energy, protecting it tightly, almost impossible to break through. Yi Fan didn't care and walked forward. No one blocked his way. He arrived in front of a jade boat. This was driven by the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land disciples. It was a spirit treasure specially made for flying. It was 10 meters long and could change its size at will. It could carry dozens of people and didn't need god power to activate it. All it needed was some source energy and it could fly quickly. It was much faster than normal cultivators. Normal people couldn't create such a spirit treasure. It needed to be carved with many complicated and profound Dao patterns. It was definitely made by an older cultivator. It was a rare transportation tool. Yi Fan waved his sleeves and the jade boat appeared in his hand. He transformed it into the size of a palm. It was colorful and flawless. Everyone, why are you following me? Do you want to tell others that you killed the direct disciples with me? Yi Fan smiled. Voila! As soon as he said this, many people took a step back. This joke was not funny at all. If they were to be dragged into this matter, they would have to bear the consequences. I understand. You want to use this to become famous. Don't worry, I will definitely tell people that you and I worked together to kill the descendant of the clan of the ancients. Yi Fan's smile was very bright. Many people's faces turned green. If this dirty water was splashed on them, then there would be great trouble. Many people immediately flew into the sky. Although a cauldron made from the source root of all life chi was a rare treasure, they knew that they would not be able to obtain it. Of course, there were also some conceited people who didn't leave. They continued to stare at the cauldron above Yi Fan's head. This was a rare treasure that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. Even the Holy Lands were jealous of it, let alone them. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He used Crazy Ol's footwork and dashed into the depths of the mountains, leaving a shadow behind. There were people rushing up from the broken mountain one after another, chasing down. Treasures were indeed tempting. Even if they lost their lives, some people still wanted to be like moths flying into a flame. Boom! Suddenly Yi Fan turned back. The huge cauldron was like a mountain, crushing down. The people at the very front were immediately turned into ashes, dissipating in the air. Holy objects are tempting, but before you make a move, you might as well consider your own strength. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Yi Fan's expression was cold. After saying these words, he disappeared into the mountains with a few leaps, using Crazy Ol's footwork to the extreme. Not long after, Yi Fan changed his appearance. He wore a purple robe and became an elegant young man. He led a large black dog out of the mountains. Brat, you actually have a cauldron made from black yellow. Let me see. Along the way, the large black dog's eyes glowed with green light, and it was almost drooling. I told you 100 times you're wrong. Yi Fan felt a headache. This damn dog was too difficult to deal with. It always had its eyes on the treasures on him. Just let me see it. The Black Emperor persevered. Helpless, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it see. The large black dog wanted to pounce on it several times. Yi Fan warned sternly, "Don't drool. I definitely won't give this cauldron to you. If you want to snatch it, don't say I'm impolite." The large black dog clawed at its heart, but it knew that the cauldron made from black yellow was not easy to snatch. If it was not careful, it might crush itself half to death. Black Emperor, you said that the broken mountain was the dojo of a ruthless person. Why didn't I find anything special about it? After Yi Fan put away the cauldron, he quickly changed the topic. In the past, that person's background was so great that it made people unable to breathe. The dojo he left behind was naturally not so easy to see. Can't we dig it out now? Yi Fan asked. The large black dog immediately revealed a vigilant expression. He bared his teeth and said, "Brat, I'm warning you, don't have any bad ideas. The treasures here have nothing to do with you. They're mine." Suddenly, a warship flew over. It was shining with auspicious colors. It cut through the sky and charged into the depths of the Cloud Mountain Range at an extremely fast speed. On the warship that was refined from rainbow jade, a large flag was hung. The flag fluttered in the wind, and a large G character was written on it. Yi Fan frowned. He hadn't thought that the G clan would move so quickly. It had only been less than an hour, and elites had already arrived. Not long after, there were people who rushed out of the mountain and searched in all directions. Many cultivators who hadn't left in time were all intercepted by the members of the G clan. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He had already gone several dozen miles away, but he was still stopped by the people who were chasing in this direction. He didn't want to go back. If he gave himself away, it would definitely be a great disaster. "Stop!" the elites of the G clan shouted. This caused Yi Fan to frown. This was an elite at the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. That kind of divine power ripple was indeed very frightening. He felt threatened. The Black Emperor curled his lips and said, "I can bite him to death with a single bite." "Are you sure?" "I mean in the past." He felt a little guilty. "We have to get rid of him, or else we will expose ourselves. The Black Emperor will have to rely on you later," Yi Fan said. "He's not my enemy. If you want me to attack, that's fine. Give me the seed with the bald head carved on it, or give me the black tortoise." "You're still trying to extort me at a time like this? Attack if you want. If I escape, I can change my appearance and disappear into the sea of people. They won't be able to find me in this lifetime. But you're different. Your features are obvious, and your tail is even bald. If you mention this again, I'll get angry with you." The large black dog's face was very long. The elite of the G clan landed on the ground. He looked to be only 23 or 24 years old, but he was already an elite at the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Follow me back to the mountain range. I have something to ask you." Yi Fan took a few steps forward and said, "Can't we talk here?" "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave," the elite of the G clan shouted. His mood was terrible. A youth that had been captured by them had actually jumped out and killed a disciple of the G clan in broad daylight. If this news spread out, the G clan would be very embarrassed. It could be imagined that the news would quickly spread throughout the North region, and it would be impossible to cover it up. "If you don't want to die, turn around and return to the Broken Cloud mountain range immediately," the elite of the G clan shouted. "All right," Yi Fan nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog dashed out like a black bolt of lightning, pouncing on the body of the elite of the G clan. The sneak attack was a success. The cultivator of the G clan was on guard against Yi Fan, but he didn't take a black dog seriously at all. In an instant, he was pounced on by this black dog. At this moment, it was already too late for him to resist. The Black Emperor's body was as tough as steel, and he couldn't be moved at all. Boom. Yi Fan was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he took out the myriad chi cauldron and used it to suppress the elite of the G clan. The elite of the G clan screamed loudly, and he was crushed to death. 2 days later, Yi Fan met Tu Fei in a gambling den in the rising sun city of the Chu prefecture. "Little brother Yi, don't you think you've gone too far? I did say that I would make some noise and then enter this gambling den, and I would show myself. But you killed the 8 core disciples of the Holy Land and the families of the remote antiquity as if you were cutting melons. You brought the fire to my doorstep. I'm so scared." "Is it that serious?" "How could it not be serious?" Many elites of the G clan came, and even their divine bodies showed up. Ji Haoyue and his sister were supposed to go to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, but because of this, they came here and entered the Rising Sun City. "It seems I can't stay here anymore." Yi Fan frowned. Ji Haoyue had a divine body. When he showed his unusual appearance, he could kill the wind and cloud elites of the fourth secret realm. He was invincible in his generation. Yi Fan was definitely not a match for him now. At the same time, he thought of something and asked, "Hasn't the Jade Lake Grand Meeting started yet?" "Not yet, but it will start soon." "We'll go together then," Tu Fei answered. "Oh right. You said that Ji Haoyue and his sister came to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting in the northern region. Is his sister called Ji Ziyu or Ji Baiyu?" asked Yi Fan. "Little brother Yi, people in our business should be loyal. You have Yaoshi Fairy. Do you want to extend your evil hands to the pearl of the Ji family?" "Big mouth too, don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask. I don't know which moon it is. Anyway, we're going to the Jade Lake. We'll see it with our own eyes." Then Tu-Fei complained. You've brought me big trouble. I heard that the Yaoguang Saint Sun is coming. I can't stay here anymore. Yaoguang Saint Sun. Yi Fan was startled. This man was absolutely a peerless genius who could compete with King God realm experts. His cultivation base was immeasurably deep. No one in the young generation of the Eastern Barren Continent could resist him. Shi Yan knew that the other came for the myriad Qi cauldron. The Yaoguang Saint Sun was extremely talented and determined to be a great emperor. Since he couldn't get the pure phoenix blood gold, he must have his eyes on the mysterious yellow origin root. Big Mouth 2 glanced at the Black King and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you find this black dog? Your tail is bald. You must be very old. It's really nutritious. Why are you so polite to me? Anyway, it's good. Tonight, I'll find a good chef to cook black dog meat." Yi Fan knew it was bad. Indeed, the big black dog dashed over and bit Tu-Fei's right hand. He bared his teeth and said, "Kid, I think you're the nutritious one." *T. How can this Shih Tzu talk? Tu-Fei was startled. He screamed in pain. Ouch! It hurts. Black King let go. Yi Fan hurried to stop him. Did this damn dog become a demon? But his tail is bald. Tu-Fei couldn't help but open his mouth. Big Mouth 2 stopped talking. You don't want your hand anymore, do you? Yi Fan hurried to stop him. At the same time, he tried to open the big black dog's mouth. He was afraid that the Black King would bite him. #@%yen. Tu-Fei screamed in pain. He cursed, *T. Damn dog, let go. Since you've become a demon, don't you know who I am? I don't care which one you are. If you dare to disrespect this king, I will swallow you alive. The big black dog's face darkened. He didn't want to let go. Tu-Fei urged his god power to shake his right hand. However, he couldn't get rid of the dog's bite. He could only scream, *T. It's the first time I've been bitten by a dog since I was a kid. Big Mouth 2, shut up. Not to mention you, I think it will bite your grandfather if it sees him. Yi Fan tried to persuade him. At the same time, he threatened the big black dog to let go of him. What's the background of this bald dog? Tu-Fei still didn't care about his life. He screamed and opened his mouth. Yi Fan secretly used the sound transmission to threaten the big black dog. Only Tu-Fei knew where the monster clan's almighty lived in seclusion. He wanted the ancient scripture to let go. However, the black dog was determined. He didn't let go. Tu-Fei kept screaming. Eventually, Big Mouth said all the good things. He endured the pain and took out more than 50 kilograms of source stones. The big black dog finally let go and swallowed all of the source stones. *T. I'm not done with it. After Tu-Fei was freed, he wanted to use his treasures to fight for his life. However, the big black dog attacked first. He didn't show any signs of slipping away. He bit Tu-Fei's ankle. I at $$YENR. *T. It bites me again. Big Mouth was so angry that white smoke came out of his head. Eventually, he took out 50 kilograms of source stones and screamed. This time, Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him and said, Don't cause trouble. Wait until you find a treasured robe to wear before you bicker with it. Otherwise, even if you go to a higher realm, you will still be bitten. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a heroic saint emperor before? The big black dog glared at Tu-Fei. *T. I have never suffered such a loss in my life. Big Mouth was indignant, glaring at the big black dog. Don't look at me like that. I won't take you as my pet. If I take you out for a stroll, I will lose face. The big black dog lifted his head and didn't look at him anymore. Little Yi, don't stop me. *T. I'm going to skin it alive. Big Mouth fumed with smoke. Tu-Fei was irritated. He was bitten by a big black dog, which made him angry. Yi Fan was speechless. This damn dog needed to be taught a lesson. He talked to Tu-Fei. Don't rush. We will find a time to teach it a lesson together. After a long time, Tu-Fei calmed down and asked, Why are you looking for me? Do you want to go to the Jade Lake in advance? Of course, we can't miss the Jade Lake's festival. But it's not about that. I want to ask you about the residence of the Blue Flood Dragon King, the fourth great pirate. Why do you want to know about the Blue Flood Dragon King's cave? What's the matter? The descendants of the Peacock King and the great king of the monster clan should be there. I want to visit my old friends, answered Yi Fan. He couldn't mention Pang Bo. The big black dog's ears pricked up. Now he was completely obedient. He didn't utter a word and just listened to him carefully. You don't want to go there for Yenryu, do you? Two Big Mouth made full use of his imagination. Do you know or not? Yi Fan urged. Of course I know. Speaking of which, a spirit asked me about you last time. Tu Fei laughed. Who was it? I forgot to ask for her name. Anyway, she was very charming. Hurry up and take us to the Blue Flood Dragon King's residence, the big black dog interrupted. Two Big Mouth's face darkened. He ignored the dog and said to Yi Fan, we must leave Chaoyang City immediately. You've caused a big trouble. Oxhead and Horseface are all here. Especially that bastard Yao Guang Saint. I'm a little scared. Then he smiled and said, don't you want to know what's going on out there? Let's go to another oasis and see what kind of trouble you've caused. Chapter 254. Yi Fan killed Yao Guang and the 8 true disciples of the Ji family in front of the young cultivators of the Chu state. The news seemed to have grown wings and spread quickly, causing quite a stir. The Chu state was in turmoil, and everyone was shocked. The Ji family sent many powerful cultivators to the oasis, including the divine body Ji Haoyue. Some people even saw the Yao Guang saint. Both of them were shrouded in halos. No matter where they went, people would pay attention to them. They were the top figures of the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. Now for a young man named Yi Fan, they came to the Chu state at the same time. Naturally, it was shocking. Soon, there was news that Yao Shi, the Yao Guang saint, had also arrived. Her appearance in Chaoyang City made the place a gathering place, attracting many people's attention. Everyone in the Chu state was stirred, and the surrounding oases also received the news. People were all talking about Yi Fan. This young man has no master, and he didn't join any sections. He actually crossed the void from the southern land to the northern land. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve. He obtained the Great Void technique of the Ji family, and burned the Supreme Elder of the Ji family to death. It's unbelievable. People were even more shocked when they heard about what Yi Fan had done in the past. They found it hard to believe. As a sacred body of the ancients, the path of cultivation will be extremely difficult. I don't know how far he can go. When this news spread out, many people let out a sigh. This kind of physique was like a curse. Even if one's comprehension was close to that of an immortal or a demon, they could only be locked in this flesh cage. The path ahead would make people feel despair. However, this kind of body is worth studying. I think all the great sage will be interested. He has a cauldron made of the source chi of all things. Such a treasure will make all the sects jealous. Even without the Ji family, his future is still worrying. What a pity. The sacred body of the ancients is a curse that is hard to break. His achievements in this life are coming to an end. Some people felt it was a pity. They felt that the young man's future was basically cut off. It was impossible for him to cross the natural chasm left behind by the primordial era. He dared to wave his blade at the Ji family. I was looking forward to a top-notch person rising up in the future. I didn't expect him to have such a physique. Countless years have passed since the primordial age, yet no one has ever been able to break the curse. To think that the invincible sacred body of the ancients would be reduced to a useless body. I wonder when a miracle will happen again. In the beginning, people talked about what Yi Fan had done. Later on, they talked about the sacred body of the ancients. No one had high hopes for him, thinking that he was nothing more than a short-lived, abnormal oddity that would wither very soon. They thought that such a physique had no future. At this moment, Yi Fan and Tu Fei had left Chu Prefecture. What do you think? You're a famous man now. Along the way, people are talking about you everywhere. Tu Fei was riding a green-furred lion, flying above the barren reddish-brown land. It's not a good thing to be on the cusp of the storm. If I don't have some special means, my life will be in danger. Yi Fan did not regret his actions. He did it to embarrass the Ji family. He was wearing purple clothes, and his appearance was very different from before. His delicate features were gone. At this moment, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He had a heroic spirit, and his temperament had changed. He was not worried about giving himself away even when he met someone he knew. Without a mount, he walked in the void at a very fast speed. The big black dog also came to the sky, but he did not fly by himself. Instead, he coaxed and pestered Yi Fan to take the 5-color jade boat. It had been modified to look like a turtle shell, and its color had become black. Tu Fei smiled and said, "You're famous in the area around Chu Prefecture. All the cultivators are talking about you. If you make a bigger noise next time, I think the news will spread to the sacred city. Then it will be lively." "That's nothing. When I was domineering in the world, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew me," the big black dog interrupted. "What's its background? I really want to find a chance to stew it." Tu Fei gritted his teeth, sending a message to Yi Fan discreetly. "Forget it. Don't bother with a bald dog." Yi Fan tried to persuade him. Then he asked, "Where does the blue flood dragon king live?" "It's very far. Even if we fly at full speed, it will take us more than 10 days to get there," answered Tu Fei. The northern region was really vast. Some sects even needed to fly for 1.5 years to get there. Luckily, the blue flood dragon king didn't live that far. "What do you want to do after all?" Tu Fei didn't believe that Yi Fan wanted to visit his old friend. "I'm going to take refuge. The Ji family is chasing me everywhere. It's not safe outside." Yi Fan couldn't tell them the truth. This time, he was afraid that he would offend the monster clan. "I have to remind you that you have the cauldron made of all creatures' source chi. If you go to the blue flood dragon king, it will cause some trouble." "You mean the peacock king and the others will take action?" Yi Fan frowned. Yen Ruyu had the saint weapon of the monster clan's great emperor, but the peacock king didn't want to harm her. He even stood up and protected her. Would he take action for the materials he had? "I'm sure the peacock king and the blue flood dragon king aren't that kind of people. But it's hard to say for the other members of the monster clan. There are all kinds of monster cultivators." Although Tu Fei was a blabbermouth, he was serious at this moment. "If my grandpa didn't have the saint weapon of the black-yellow origin, perhaps I would want the black-yellow origin root in your body." "What? Your family has the saint weapon of the black-yellow origin?" The big black dog's eyes widened. "You're bragging. There are only a few of them in the Eastern Barren Territory. How could your family have them? Go away." Tu Fei had a bad impression of this big dog. Yi Fan frowned. After he came to the northern region, he didn't go to the Peacock King because he was worried the monster clan would want the treasures he had. Because when the southern region burned the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ji family, the cauldron made of black yellow had been exposed. But now he had no choice. He had to go there, even if it would be life-threatening. He wanted to save Pangbo, and he couldn't delay any longer. He was afraid he would never see this friend again. The monster clan said that in the end, they would help Pangbo. He would get great benefits, and the mysterious existence that had taken over his body would vanish. But Yi Fan didn't believe it. The monster clan's words couldn't be trusted. He didn't want Pangbo to gamble his life. He had to save him. In the past, when he was in the southern region, he didn't have the ability. Any monster cultivator could subdue him. Now his ability was obviously not enough. But he couldn't wait any longer. Yen Ruyu used to say that everything would come to an end in several years. Time was tight. In 1.5 years, everything would be settled. At this moment, although Yi Fan's competence wasn't enough, he had to risk his life. He didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. Even if his life was in danger, even if he had to face death, he had to take action. He didn't want to lose this friend. Cloud Lake Oblast was just like its name. There were big lakes everywhere. It was misty as if they had arrived at a water town. Half a month later, they arrived at this oasis. This oasis was really vast. It had a radius of 10,000 miles. Among the many oases in the northern region, it could rank dozens. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. This land was too vast. Compared to the continent on the other side of the sky, it was hard to accept. It was like a myth. Cloud Lake Oblast wasn't like the landscape of the northern region. It was green and full of vitality. Besides trees, there was water. There was a spring every 100 steps, and a river every 10 miles. Tall mountains stood tall, and huge waterfalls covered the mountains completely. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The endless plains were green and green. Apart from the ancient trees that reached into the sky, there were big rivers surging everywhere. They crisscrossed with each other, as if they were dragons that divided the land. Huge lakes could be seen everywhere. They were connected together, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were big lakes everywhere, and mist could be seen everywhere. This was indeed the homeland of water. Blue Flood Dragon King, the large black dog muttered. It sounds like a flood dragon that has achieved Tao. It's not surprising that he would choose a place like this water lake oblast. Don't speak nonsense. Yifan glared at him. Arriving at Cloud Lake Oblast would mean entering the territory of the Blue Flood Dragon King. If some demonic cultivators heard them, there would be trouble. The Blue Flood Dragon King is a senior almighty cultivator of the demonic race. After taking human form, he has already lived for more than 1,000 years. His cultivation level is unfathomable. We really have to watch our words and actions here, Tu-Fei said solemnly. 2 days later, they arrived at the place where the Blue Flood Dragon King lived in seclusion. Tu-Fei took out a jade pendant, which had the character Tu carved on it. It was carved by the 7th bandit, Tu Tian, and his seal was sealed inside. He took out the jade pendant. Instantly, a radiance flashed, and the scenery in front of them changed drastically. They entered a strange space. The mountains were majestic, and there were many lakes. The trees were lush and water vapor filled the air. 81 rivers passed through this place, as well as dozens of lakes. This is a space created by the ancient sages. The large black dog's eyes flashed. Well, you know a lot. Tu-Fei rolled his eyes at the bird. Who are you? In front of them, a shout came from a celestial mountain shrouded in mist. We're on the same side. My name is Tu-Fei. I've been here before, Tu-Fei answered. Several figures landed. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They all had a demonic aura as they walked forward. So, you're the descendant of Senior Tu Tian. After inspecting the jade pendant, they let them go. This space formed a vast world. After walking past the waterfall area, the scenery in front of them became even more beautiful. On the mountain peak, in front of the waterfall, pavilions, palaces, and buildings could be seen everywhere. Ancient vines, old trees, strange flowers, and strange grasses were everywhere. Oh, it's the descendant of the Tu family. You haven't been here for a long time, right? On the way, some old members of the monster clan greeted them. Tu-Fei respectfully responded to them. Ah, Brother Tu, you're here. I've missed you so much. A young man of the monster clan flew over with several figures, landing on the ground. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore green iron clothes. His physique was robust, and he was filled with explosive power. His eyes were bright like stars, glistening brilliantly. The most peculiar thing was that within his green hair, there was actually a pair of dragon horns, sparkling and translucent. He was a flood dragon. In the East Barren territory where there were no true dragons, the flood dragon was definitely a royal member of the monster clan. Yifan knew that this young man must have an extraordinary identity. Brother Qingyi, you're even more elegant than before. Tu-Fei smiled and walked forward. Indeed, this was the descendant of the Blue Flood Dragon King. His name was Qingyi, and he was called Qingyi Young Flood Dragon King. This is Yifan. The Great Peacock King appreciates him a lot, introduced Tu-Fei. Divine light flashed in the little Flood Dragon King's eyes as he laughed. I know you. I've heard about you. You burned the great elder of the Ji family to death. Heroes come from young. The other figures were all monsters. They looked at him, their eyes sparkling with a strange light. Please come in. This isn't a good place to talk. The green-clothed little Flood Dragon King said with a smile. He clapped his hands, and a huge red-crowned crane flew over. Its wingspan was more than 30 meters, and it carried them into the sky. It flew for more than 20 miles before stopping and landing on a beautiful celestial mountain. Here, every mountain peak had a large palace. The green-clothed little Flood Dragon King brought them to one of his temporary imperial residences. When they stepped on the massive stone steps and entered the palace, the little Flood Dragon King said, I have an important guest here. Who is he? Asked Tu-Fei. He's the peerless hotshot of the young generation of our monster clan, Goldwing Little Pun King. Tu Fei was startled. Is he the descendant of the King Pung King? Yeah, he's the descendant of the King Pung of the monster clan in the center of Eastern Baron. His cultivation base is profound and unpredictable. This time, he came to the north to join the Jade Lake Grand Meeting. At the same time, he wants to meet Yao Guang's Saint Son, said the Little Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan was astounded. Yao Guang's Saint Son could be said to be invincible among his peers. If the Goldwing Little Pung King wanted to challenge him, he could imagine how terrifying his cultivation base was. I've heard about the Goldwing Little Pung King. I didn't expect that he would come to the north, said Tu Fei. Inside the magnificent palace, there were carved beams and painted pillars, dazzling with gold and jade. Clouds and mist surged on the ground. Beautiful demon women stood on both sides, as if they had entered the legendary ancient heavenly court of the demon race. Some young monsters were sitting neatly. One of them had sharp eyes. His face was fair, and his blonde hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked like a splendid sunlight. He looked very handsome. This is the Goldwing Little Pung King, introduced the Little Flood Dragon King. The blonde man stood up and nodded to them. Then the Little Flood Dragon King introduced Tu Fei and Yi Fan. When he heard Yi Fan's name, the Goldwing Little Pung King's eyes shot out two beams of dazzling divine light that could frighten people's souls. Is he the Yi Fan that the Ji family of the antiquity wants to capture? Yi Fan nodded. Being wanted by the antiquity family had a big impact. Even the Goldwing Little Pung King knew about it when he had just arrived in the north. Swoosh! The sharp gold claw radiated dazzling light, snatching towards Yi Fan. It was the rock bird's claw. It was the massive claw of the Goldwing Little Pung King. It covered the entire hall as if it could tear the void and cover Yi Fan. Thud! A cyan shadow flashed. The Little Flood Dragon King took action to stop the massive rock claw. Pung 11G. What do you mean? Tu Fei reacted, shouting indignantly. Goldwing Little Pung King, what do you mean? The powerful soul consciousness in Yi Fan's glabella was ready to fly out at any minute. He had just felt the threat of death. The Goldwing Little Pung King's claw was aimed at his life. The Goldwing Little Pung King's gold hair fluttered. He didn't mind it. I want to borrow something from him. It's okay to borrow something, but why do you want to take someone's life? Asked Tu Fei. What do you want to borrow? Asked Yi Fan coldly. I want to borrow the mysterious yellow original root. The Goldwing Little Pung King clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Yi Fan. His voice was overbearing as if he didn't allow anyone to refute him. What if I don't want to borrow it? Yi Fan had never thought that someone would ask for the cauldron made of the source chi as soon as they arrived. Then I'll take it myself, said the Goldwing Little Pung King faintly. He didn't look at Yi Fan, acting like he was the only one in the world. Pung 11G, you're crossing the line. Anyway, Brother Yi is my guest, frowned the Little Flood Dragon King. What guest? If you're not from our tribe, you must have a different heart. The Goldwing Little Pung King gazed at Yi Fan, as if he was looking at a dead man. What do you mean? Tu Fei shouted. Of course it doesn't include you. The Goldwing Little Pung King clasped his hands behind his back, raking his eyes through Yi Fan. Just a trash body from the desolate antiquity. If I kill you, I kill you. What's the use of keeping it? You. Tu Fei arched his brows. The mysterious yellow original root is the holy treasure of our sect. I must have it. The Goldwing Little Pung King didn't seem to understand human emotions. Pung 11G, it's not good. Frowned the Little Flood Dragon King. I'll give you two choices. The Goldwing Little Pung King didn't have any human emotion. He gazed at Yi Fan and said coldly, First, give me the mysterious yellow original root, and I will spare your life. Second, I will take it myself and end your life. Tu Fei was enraged. He had never met such an unreasonable person. Although he knew that the Goldwing Little Pung King was invincible in the central region of Eastern Baron, he couldn't help but be enraged. Yi Fan's glabella shivered. His soul consciousness had turned into an inch-long gold sword, which he was ready to use at any minute. Don't attack me. Otherwise, you will die without an intact corpse. The Goldwing Little Pung King had a big body. His eyes sparkled with a crazy murderous aura. He looked down at Yi Fan. Chapter 255. The little Pung King clasped his hands behind his back. His gold hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes intimidating. He looked like he was the only one in the world, giving people a strong pressure. Pung 11G, why do you have to do that? The little Flood Dragon King stood in front of him. The little Pung King's murderous aura was like a saber, his voice cold. I've given him a choice. Leave the mysterious yellow origin root, and he can leave alive. Otherwise, I will take it myself and he will die without an intact corpse. Little Pung King, don't cross the line. Two-Fei scolded, also standing in front of him. What if I cross the line? The little Pung King's eyes were as sharp as a saber. His eyes could pierce people's bones, and his murderous aura covered Two-Fei. This was a character who didn't recognize his family and friends. He only respected his own will. Once he made up his mind, no one could stop him. The little Flood Dragon King darkened his face. No matter what, this place was his palace. If the other wanted to kill people here as the master, he couldn't just stand and watch. The invisible murderous aura diffused in the grand palace. The atmosphere was tense. The little Pung King was like a heavenly saber coming out of its sheath, making the maids standing far from him shiver. Facing such a dangerous character with a sky-high evil aura, Yi Fan was resolute. He didn't say anything and just took out the cauldron made of the source chi, making it hover above his head. At this moment, power was everything. Principles and Daos were useless. He had to use his skills to speak. The Xianhuang energy fell down and wrapped around Yi Fan tightly. The source energy of all things flowed, and it was as if he had returned to the beginning of the world. As soon as the cauldron appeared, the other members of the monster clan shot out divine light from their eyes, gazing at it without blinking. I like it very much. The little Pung King rose his hand, turning into a massive gold claw that filled half of the hall. It snatched the cauldron made of the mysterious yellow origin root, which frightened people. He was extremely arrogant. Facing the weapon made of a holy treasure, he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to snatch it directly from Yi Fan's head. Boom. The little Flood Dragon King took action. He rose his hand, blocking the mysterious yellow origin root cauldron and the massive claw. This was a clash between the top members of the younger generation of the demon race. Although it was not a life-and-death battle, such a casual strike was still very terrifying. Enough to turn the entire palace into ashes. However, the two of them didn't want to destroy this place. Both of them stopped their attacks at the right time. Their large hands were like black holes as they froze the storm in place. Then they retracted their divine power. Brother Qingyi, I've already made up my mind. You can't stop me. The killing intent in the little Pung King's eyes didn't decrease. Behind him, a godlike divine bird, Pung, appeared, emitting terrifying demonic energy. Buzz. The entire palace was shaking. The golden-winged little Pung King looked at everyone in disdain, and made his move again. He grabbed towards the black and yellow cauldron with unfathomable divine might. The green-robed little Flood Dragon King tried to stop them. Two-Fei also came to help. This was the first time Yi Fan had met such an unreasonable person. He didn't have much to say. He shook the cauldron made of all things source chi and faced the huge hand. The golden-winged little Pung King indeed possessed impressive strength. Otherwise, how would he dare to pluck the cauldron with his bare hands? His large hands were like a heavenly mountain, as if they could suppress the blue dome of heaven. Clang! The big hand he thrust out was even more terrifying than the great void handprint of the Ji family's disciples. The cauldron made of all things source chi vibrated, and was almost blown away. Yi Fan was shocked. This man was worthy of being a peerless character of the young generation. He was invincible in the center of the Eastern Barren territory. If the little Flood Dragon King didn't stop him, perhaps he would have taken the cauldron away. Boom! The little Flood Dragon King and Two-Fei attacked the golden-winged little Pung King's arms at the same time. He had to withdraw his power to counter them. He had to admit that the golden-winged little Pung King was really intimidating. Wherever his fingers and palms passed, the space darkened as if it was going to collapse. What kind of character was the little Flood Dragon King? He was the peerless young expert who could stand side by side with the Saint Son and Saintess of the Great Sage Land. He had the inheritance of the Great Sage of the Monster Clan, the Blue Flood Dragon King. Two-Fei wasn't ordinary. He used to fight with the Yaoshi Saintess. Although he couldn't defeat her, he could protect himself. However, at this moment, when the little Flood Dragon King and two Fae attacked at the same time, they couldn't stop the other. The golden-winged little Pung King was like a god that couldn't be stopped. He stood upright, his big hand as heavy as a mountain. The two of them paled as they were blown away. "I want to kill you. No one can save you." The golden-winged little Pung King stepped forward, looking down at Yi Fan. Murderous aura moved in his eyes. The metal wind stirred up. His big hand reached forward, aiming at the cauldron on Yi Fan's head. He wanted to snatch it. Snatching the cauldron like that wasn't just arrogance. It was also the embodiment of his peerless competence. Not many people dared to do this. Yi Fan urged the Battle Saint technique, controlling the mysterious yellow cauldron to attack the big gold hand. He wanted to smash it into powder. Clang! The cauldron boomed. The sound waves were like a tsunami. The golden-winged little Pung King's power could shake the sky. His big hand grabbed the cauldron. No one could tell how heavy the mysterious yellow cauldron was. The golden-winged little Pung King's divine aura was intimidating. He grabbed the cauldron and was about to take it. The cauldron made of source chi shook. The shockwave was enough to turn the entire palace into ashes. The little Flood Dragon King took action to dissolve the shockwave from the cauldron to prevent the palace from being destroyed. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful this cauldron was. However, the golden-winged little Pung King still grabbed it and was about to take it away. Yi Fan was stern. This cauldron could break anything. It was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, at this moment, the golden-winged little Pung King was holding it in his hand. It was about to get out of his control. It was really terrifying. The little Flood Dragon King and two Fae took action one more time. However, the golden-winged little Pung King was too intimidating. His right hand grabbed the cauldron while his left hand pressed down. The two of them were blown away immediately. The golden-winged little Pung King could absolutely compete with the Yao Guang Saint Sun. He was another character that could resist the God King physique. The source chi from the cauldron fell. It was so heavy that it could crush a mountain. However, the golden-winged little Pung King slowly lifted it up. Kill! However, at this moment, Yi Fan finally took action, using his trump card. He had been waiting for a chance. Now that he was close enough, the small gold lake in his glabella created a metal sword that was around an inch long. It drew a dazzling light beam and shot out. The soul consciousness created a shape and pierced the golden-winged little Pung King's sea of consciousness. It wanted to kill him with one strike, even if he was a descendant of an almighty. The metal sword was around an inch long, but it was as dazzling as a rainbow. It crossed the hall. Everybody discolored. It was a kind of pressure of the soul consciousness that suffocated people. Dang. The cauldron made of source chi hummed and returned to the sky above Yi Fan's head. Flows of mysterious yellow chi fell and protected him. The golden-winged little Pung King was like a god. He let go of the cauldron and retreated quietly. He was so fast that people could only blur their eyes. Their eyes couldn't catch up with his speed. The Sky Peng's extreme speed was unrivaled in the world. The small sword formed from Yi Fan's soul consciousness could not be said to be slow. It was like sparks flying off a flint. Normal people wouldn't be able to react at all. However, the golden-winged little Pung King barely evaded it, displaying a speed that shocked everyone. Heavenly Pung movement technique, world's fastest speed. Someone cried out in alarm. Yi Fan wasn't completely powerless. A strand of golden hair fluttered down like a ray of sunlight falling onto the ground. The soul consciousness formed golden sword did not penetrate the golden-winged little Pung King's forehead, but it cut off a strand of hair in front of his forehead. At close range, the powerful soul consciousness attack was always successful. Yi Fan relied on it to avert danger time and time again. He killed Ji Run and suppressed the Yao Guang Saintess. He had never failed before. However, the golden-winged little Pung King displayed a speed that made people feel intimidated. He actually evaded it. This was hard for others to believe. However, this was the reality. The golden-winged little Pung King's strength was astonishing. He was almost unrivaled in the younger generation. His speed was also terrifying. The celestial Pung movement technique is indeed unrivaled. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The golden-winged little Pung King's golden hair danced chaotically. His pupils were like blades as he stared at Yi Fan. Only he had such a world-shocking speed. If it was someone else, they would definitely be hit by the golden sword. On the side, the demonic beasts were also shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to have such a terrifying soul consciousness. The golden-winged little Pung King pressed forward step by step. He clearly knew that the opponent's soul consciousness was powerful, but he was still fearless. This was an extremely dangerous character. His eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. It was intimidating and chilling. Brother Pung, do you really regard me, your master, as nothing? The green-clothed little Dragon King's complexion was ashen and extremely unsightly. It's merely a human race's primordial trash body. If I kill him, then I kill him. Brother Chingy, why do you care? The golden-winged little Pung King's killing intent was slightly restrained. He is my guest. If you kill him here, how will others look at me if this gets out? Fine, Brother Chingy, I'll give you face. I won't make a move in your residence. The golden-winged little Pung King suddenly turned around, walking out of the palace. The mysterious yellow original root is mine. When he left, some demonic cultivators followed him in the hall. They were the people he had brought with him. Tu Fei was enraged. That's too much. Chingy bro, your friend doesn't understand human feelings. He's arrogant and thinks that he's the only one. Who the F***ck is he? The green-clothed little Dragon King slightly changed his visage. Forget it. Don't talk about it. Tu Fei turned around facing Yi Fan. You're in big trouble this time. That madman, who thinks that he's the only one, won't let you go. You stay in my palace. Don't go out for the moment, frowned the little Dragon King. Tu Fei said, Little Yezi, you're really something. Your soul consciousness is really powerful. If the news that you cut off a strand of the golden-winged little Pung King's golden hair is spread out, it will create an uproar. No one in his generation can hurt even a strand of his hair. Some young experts of the monster clan in the hall looked at him. Yi Fan's soul consciousness attack was so intimidating that it had shocked everybody. You cut off a strand of his golden hair and hurt his face. I'm afraid that even if we ask the Peacock King, he can only subdue him temporarily. He will take your life in the future, frowned Tu Fei. What a pity. His speed is too fast. My soul consciousness attack can't do anything to him. Yi Fan felt regretful. Is he really a rock? There's no real dragon in this world. Of course, there's no Kuan Pung either. However, their tribe does have the blood of the divine Pung, answered the green-clothed little Dragon King. Yi Fan understood it immediately. The golden-winged little Pung King's tribe was similar to the Flood Dragon tribe. They weren't the divine Pung or the real dragon, but they were the royal tribe of the monster clan. The Heavenly Ping's movement technique is peerless in this world. I'm afraid you'll have a big problem in the future. You won't be able to run away, said a monster cultivator. That year, only the mad oldie of the human clan could catch up with the king of the rock tribe. No one else could be faster than him, said another monster. That human kid, your mysterious yellow original root is mine. The golden-winged little Pung King's voice arose from outside the palace. Live well for the last few days. The little Dragon King frowned, talking to a maid. Go and invite Miss Yin Ryu here. Chapter 256. People in the hall didn't look good. The little Pung King was too unreasonable. Even the Dragon King in blue frowned. Why invite Yin Ryu? Just invite the blue Dragon King and kill that birdman with one slap. Tu Fei was enraged. He knew it was impossible. The little Pung King had an extremely powerful ancestor. He was called the Pung King, a giant of the monster clan. Not to mention the Pung King's invincible competence, the Sky Pang's speed was enough to give the great sage a headache. No one could stop him in this world. Yi Fan also felt aggrieved. He hated that he couldn't enter the 4 extreme secret domains and kill the little Pung King with one slap. This Pung King was too arrogant. He wanted to take the cauldron made of source chi. He didn't say much and just wanted to take his life. Shi Yin had never met such a madman before. However, the little Pung King was really strong. He was one of the 4 extreme secret domains. His cultivation base was so profound that it could be compared to Yao Guang's Saint Sun. You should just endure it. No one in the younger generation is a match for him. Even if there are people in the older generation who can kill him, They wouldn't dare to make a move. If the old Pung King is provoked, then it would be a great disaster. A demon cultivator advised. Holy sh*t. This birdman's background is so powerful. No wonder why he wants to go to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting and fight against Yao Guang's Saint Sun. He's not afraid at all, cursed Tu Fei. The little Pung King can't find a rival among the young generation. He does have the capital to be arrogant. It's useless to talk about other things. A monster cultivator shook his head. The Sky Pung tribe was favored by God. Their bodies were strong enough to fight against flood dragons. On top of that, they were extremely fast. No race in this world could catch up with them. The little Pung King used all of these advantages. His fighting power was unparalleled in the same realm. The Sky Pung King's speed was unparalleled. He could even dodge the soul consciousness attack. Even though Yi Fan had the old lunatic's footwork, he was not as fast as the little Pung King. Unless he entered the 4 extreme secret domains, he wouldn't be able to compete with the little Pung King in terms of speed. After all, the old lunatic had used this footwork to catch up with the Sky Pung King. Holy sh*t. This birdman is so annoying. Tu Fei had a big mouth and didn't care about his words. Isn't it just a little bird? Just roast it. Back then, this emperor loved to roast little birds the most. At this moment, the Black Emperor, who had been silent all this time, muttered in a low voice. Yi Fan really wanted to give it a kick. This damn dog only knew how to boast shamelessly. He didn't see it do anything just now. Human brat, I'll wait for you outside. The golden-winged little Pung transmitted his voice from outside the palace, and then completely quieted down. He picked up the golden hair and twirled it on his finger. Wind Pung. Yi Fan. Yi Fan Pung, said. Kid, said Pung King T. Kid, shut up. Yi Fan didn't want this stupid dog to guess randomly, and kept the golden hair. Fan Yin Pung Yan. Pung Pung Yeet Do. Fong Pung Pung Long. Pung 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 T. The Peacock King and the Blue Flood Dragon didn't have much lifespan left. Usually they were cultivating in seclusion. If there was nothing important, no one would disturb them. Although little Pung King was strong, he wasn't strong enough to ask them to get out of seclusion. Not long after, the sound of nature arose from outside the palace. Yen Ryu had arrived. She looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Her white dress dragged on the ground, her black hair danced in the wind, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her eyes seemed to be misty, like a blooming divine lotus, and her whole person had an ethereal temperament. She looked around 18 or 19 years old. Her white dress dragged on the ground, her black hair fluttered, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were misty like a blooming divine lotus. Her aura was ethereal. You must be the Yen fairy. In this world, there isn't such a beautiful fairy. It's my good fortune to see you today. Tu Fei came to greet her, complimenting her continuously. Men should be bad. The big black dog didn't give him face mumbling. Tu Fei was baffled, but he couldn't burst out. He politely invited Yen Ryu to sit as if he was the owner of this place. Not to mention him, even the several young experts of the demon race who often saw Yen Ryu were in a trance at this moment. Everyone would admire and yearn for perfection. Yen Fairy, we meet again. Yi Fan greeted her. Yen Ryu smiled and nodded to him. Little brother Ye's cultivation base has advanced fast. Congratulations. What's there to congratulate? Little brother Yi is in big trouble. A madman has laid his eyes on him. The little Pung King wants to take his life. Tu Fei went straight to the main topic. Why? Yen Ryu's smile and frown were moving. Her voice was like the sound of nature. The little Pung King has laid his eyes on little brother Ye's original root of source energy. He wants to steal it and take his life. Tu Fei was indignant. The holy treasure of heaven and earth can move people's hearts. Even if the little Pung King doesn't want it, someone else will take action, said Yen Ryu. Light moved in her beautiful eyes. She had experienced this before. Several of the young demon clan experts present looked a little unnatural. Although they were sitting there, they did have other thoughts in their minds. You have the holy treasure. Of course people will covet it. You should hide and cultivate, said Yen Ryu. She didn't say that Yi Fan shouldn't come here. However, She pointed out that the cave palace of the monster clan's almighty expert wasn't his pure land. When Yi Fan burned the great elder of the Ji family in the southern area, he had exposed the cauldron made of source energy. As long as he showed his real body, no matter where he was, he would be targeted. However, he didn't have a choice this time. He had to use his real body to enter the important area of the monster clan to build a good relationship with his old friends. Otherwise, he couldn't find Peng Bo's whereabouts. The little flood dragon said, "Peng brother has crossed the line. Fairy, please help me persuade him." Yen Ruyu's identity wasn't ordinary. She was the descendant of the monster clan's great king. Moreover, her cultivation base was incredible. 2 years ago, she had fought with the god king physique of the Ji family in the southern area. "I will try to persuade him," nodded Yen Ruyu. Outside the palace, there were beautiful mountains and rivers. Beautiful scenery was everywhere. Strange rocks, longevity pines, mist, and waterfalls were all magnificent. There were many palaces and pavilions in the mountains. Opposite them was a green mountain with old pine trees. There was a pavilion on the peak of the mountain, which was surrounded by longevity pines. The little Peng King and some beast cultivators were sitting there, drinking. The little flood dragon, Yen Ruyu Yi Fan, and Tu Fei flew over and landed. The little Peng King stood up, gazing at Yi Fan. His murderous aura was like a rising tide, diffusing everywhere. "What are you doing?" Yen Ruyu parted her red lips and asked. The little Peng King clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Fairy Yen. I want to take the mysterious yellow origin route." He didn't conceal anything and directly stated his intention. "Yi Fan and I are old friends. He's my guest. You're crossing the line, aren't you?" Yen Ruyu stood on the peak of the mountain. Her white dress fluttered as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. "Our monster clan always respects the strong. Fairy Yen, he's just a trash from the desolate antiquity. Don't bully me." The little Peng King's golden hair fluttered, his eyes like electric beams. "He's an old friend of mine. I don't want you to trouble him." Yen Ruyu stood still. "You're the descendant of the great emperor. You have the holy blood of the monster clan in your body. You shouldn't have a relationship with a cripple. I'm going to kill him to cut the unnecessary karma for the princess." The little Peng King's voice was resolute as his murderous aura shot up. "Damn it. This birdman is crazy." Tu Fei cursed in a low voice. "Enough. What's your logic?" Yen Ruyu wasn't happy. "He's my friend. What does he have to do with Xiao? He has a holy treasure like the source chi root. Today, it appears in the important place of our monster clan. It's God's will. I should get it." The little Peng King didn't flinch. "So, you want to kill my friend because of your selfish desire?" Yen Ruyu's flawless face beamed a faint smile. "You can't say that. I have the aspiration of the great emperor. If I get it, I can refine it into an extreme weapon. It will strengthen our monster clan." The little Peng King's voice was resolute. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. 2 sharp lights shot out from his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? How many great emperors could there be? Do you think a lunatic like you can achieve that?" Tu Fei smiled faintly. "Well, I'm invincible in the younger generation of the Eastern Barren continent. I'm as strong as the great emperor when he was young." The little Peng King's eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light. He looked at Tu Fei as if he was looking at a dead man. "I can take your life in 3 moves. You can come and try." His eyes revealed a crazy murderous intent as he strode forward. He really wanted to take Tu Fei's life with an arrogant attitude. Tu Fei was enraged. He had fought with the Yao Guang Saintess for a long time, and could still protect himself. Now the little Peng King wanted to kill him in 3 moves. This made him feel wronged. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lunatic." However, he controlled his impulse and didn't rush over. The little Peng King was too terrifying. Not long ago he had joined hands with Qingyi, but they were blown away by the little Peng King's left hand. One had to know that Qingyi was on the same level as the saints of the great sage's land. The little Peng King turned around and stared at Yi Fan. "Come here and accept your death." "If it was before the primordial era, would you dare to kill the sacred body of the ancients?" Tu Fei asked. "Unfortunately, those days are gone forever. There's no turning back." The little Peng King was indifferent. "It's hard to say. Maybe he will be a miracle, Yen Ruyu gracefully stepped forward and stopped him. The little Pung King stopped and said coldly, "Your Highness, you shouldn't have stopped me. There's no hope for such a person. He's not the only one after all these years. Didn't those Holy Lands train him before? In the end, they still gave up. Things may go wrong." Yen Ruyu's body did not move as she stood in front of him. The little Pung King sneered and said, "You and I both know that there's only one way out for this kind of physique." He continued to speak, and it was actually not far from what Yi Fan had guessed. In the past, several Holy Lands had discovered the sacred body of the ancients and secretly trained them. However, it was difficult for them to open up the sea of suffering. Later, they finally came up with a way to overcome the difficulties, which allowed them to achieve amazing results in their cultivation. Once the sacred body of the ancients could be cultivated, as long as there were endless spiritual medicines, their cultivation would improve very quickly. Moreover, their combat strength was immeasurable. Even the lords of the great sage could not compare to them when they were young. However, every step forward with this physique required a huge amount of resources. Even the Holy Lands could not afford it. There was once a Holy Land that spent millions of kilograms of source to train a sacred body of the ancients to the 5th level of the Taoist palace. However, even a Holy Land with a deep foundation could not afford it. According to their speculations, to complete the 5th level of the Taoist palace and break into the 4-level secret realm would require at least millions of kilograms of source. Even the Holy Lands could not afford it. Moreover, no one knew what kind of difficulties would be encountered after entering the 4-level secret realm. Whether or not one could continue to cultivate was uncertain. Therefore, the sects with some foundation knew that the sacred body of the ancients would definitely stop at the 5th level of the Taoist palace. It was impossible to cross the barren chasm. In this world, even the Holy Lands could not produce millions of kilograms of source. It was an astronomical number that made people despair. The great sage all failed. They came to the conclusion that the sacred body of the ancients had fallen, and could no longer reproduce the invincible posture of the past. It would never be able to rise again. From then on, many sects in the world learned that the sacred body of the ancients had become a useless physique. No matter how much they paid to train it, it would eventually stop at the 4-level secret realm. It was impossible to enter the 4-level secret realm unless the Holy Lands were crazy enough to work together and provide millions of kilograms of source to help this physique break through the shackles. Obviously, this was impossible. With so many resources, it was enough to train a large number of masters. There was no need to squander it like this, as the gains did not make up for the losses. As for whether or not the cultivation path of the sacred body of the ancients would still be difficult after entering the 4-level secret realm, the great sage had no way of knowing because no one had ever tried to reach that step. The little Pung King was extremely cold and said, "I think you guys should be aware of the situation. What awaits him is a dead end. Why don't you let me help him get out of this? The source root of all qi should be in my hands, so I can forge my path to the great emperor." The little Pung King was as beautiful as jade. She had an otherworldly temperament. Like thin clouds covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing jade flowers, she looked like a fairy from heaven. She shook her head slightly and said, "The great emperor is not something that can be achieved by a heartless person. I won't allow you to kill him." The little Pung King took a step forward. His strong body had a demonic aura, and his aura was oppressive. He said, "How am I a heartless person? I came to the Green Dragon King's place of seclusion to propose to the princess. How could Fairy Yin marry a madman like you?" The blabbermouth Two-Fei said. "Who else but me?" The little Pung King looked around and said, "If I become the monster emperor one day, the princess will be the monster empress. I've never seen such an arrogant birdman. Wait until you have the aura of the great emperor, before you come out and brag." Two-Fei said angrily, "You'll see in the future." The little Pung King's tone was calm, but his murderous intent was soaring. He reached out his hand to grab Yi Fan. Bang! The entire mountain shook. Yen Ryu made her move and flicked out a crystal lotus to block the little Pung King's hand. "I'm just killing a primordial degenerate. Princess, are you really going to stop me? Is it worth it?" The little Pung King's eyes were as sharp as knives. "You said you want to walk the path of the great emperor. Let me see if you have the talent to fight a sacred body of the ancients of the same level. Yenryu said calmly. Unfortunately, there is no sacred body of the ancients of the same level for me to kill. The little Pung King put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone disdainfully. Killing a sacred body of the ancients of the same level. This birdman is crazy. He's too arrogant. Tu Fei could not help but curse. I can suppress your cultivation to the second realm of the Taoist palace. Yenryu calmly extended her hand. Her palm was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. An extreme path weapon. Everyone was shocked. They felt an irresistible aura, and could not help but tremble. This was the power of the extreme path, and it was a sacred weapon left behind by the great emperor of the monster clan. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? They are all unparalleled. Do you dare to try and see if you can suppress a sacred body of the ancients of the same level? Chapter 257. Yenryu, dressed in white, stood at the peak of the mountain. She was as beautiful as a moon fairy, and seemed like she could fly to the moon at any time. At that moment, her right palm was crystal clear. The power of the extreme path spread out, oppressing everyone present and making them feel fear. It was an unparalleled pressure, as if the ancient heaven had descended. There was no way to resist it, making everyone feel despair. It was like a tiny ant trying to shake a mountain, but it would never succeed. Everyone present was trembling, and could not help but want to kneel. Kacha! A few demon cultivators could not stand it anymore, and cracked the ground under their feet. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and trembled. It was a fear that came from their souls. At the same time, Qingyi, Tu Fei, and the little Pung King were also gritting their teeth to resist the urge to kneel. This was the power of the extreme path, a sacred weapon forged by the great demon emperor. The pressure alone was unbearable, and they could not help but kneel. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if their souls were trapped by the 9 serenities of death. Life and death were all under the cover of the extreme path sacred weapon. The power of the great demon emperor was unfathomable. Do you dare to fight the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Yenryu asked. Who am I? I am the undefeatable sky rock of my generation. Why would I listen to anyone else's arrangement? I will kill if I want to, and I will fight if I want to. Even if you are the descendant of the great demon emperor, you cannot control me. The little Pung King let out a long roar, and a golden divine bird appeared behind him, the rock. Like a god, it flapped its wings and broke through the suppression of the extreme path. He turned into a golden glow and soared into the sky. The little Pung King stood high in the sky with his golden hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his tall body seemed to be cast in gold. He looked like a demon king looking down on everyone. The other demons were very shocked. They did not expect the little Pung King to break through the extreme path and stand high in the sky. This kind of terror and transcendence sent chills down their spines. On the other side, Yi Fan stood straight like a pine tree. His body was special, so he did not have the urge to kowtow. However, he was also shocked. His body did not seem to belong to him, and it was difficult for him to move. He wasn't intimidated into submission, but his realm was too low. He couldn't break out like the little Pung King, so he could only stand on the field. The extreme weapon lives up to its reputation. The great emperor's saint weapon is so terrifying. If it were to be used, who in the world would be able to withstand it? The little Pung King's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Yenryu's palm flashed with brilliance, and she put away her holy weapon. The pressure was like a tide, quickly disappearing. A complete extreme path weapon can be so intimidating. Tu Fei was astounded. His grandfather had half a holy weapon, but it couldn't be compared to this perfect emperor weapon. The little Pung King stood in the sky. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of his sharp face. His expression became even more determined as he said, "The source root of myriad qi is mine. I must take out my saint weapon." You're afraid to fight the sacred body of the ancients, aren't you? Tu Fei shouted. Killing him is as easy as cutting grass, but why should I listen to your arrangements? The little Pung King remained unmoved. He clasped his hands behind his back. He was extremely conceited. Don't hide it. That's because you're afraid and don't dare to fight. Everyone knows that the sacred body of the ancients is hard to resist. You Birdman, you're just afraid, Two-Fei said. When I Skypung do things, I don't need you to say anything. I will take his life right now and obtain the mysterious yellow origin root. The golden-winged little Pung King was extremely cold. He dove down murderously towards Yi Fan. Clang, clang, clang. Yen Ryu flicked her fingers, and petals danced in the sky. Each petal was like a blade, blocking the little Pung King's path and slashing at his body. Buzz. The little Pung King waved his golden fist, shaking the void. All the petals shattered and disappeared in the sky. His demonic power was unparalleled. With me here, can you kill him? Yen Ryu stood quietly on the mountain peak. Your Highness, I can't do anything to you since you have the extreme weapon. But if I want to kill someone, I don't think you can stop me. The little Pung King was arrogant. Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak and glanced at him. He sneered. You think you're the best in the world, huh? If that's the case, go kill the sacred leader of Alcade and show us your demonic power. I will do it in the future. The little Pung King stared at him with endless killing intent. I can say the same thing. In the future, I can kill two of you with one hand. Yi Fan sneered. You seem to be very unconvinced. The little Pung King's eyes were cold. I'm telling the truth. If we were in the same plane, I could kill you with one hand. Yi Fan continued to mock him. If you say now, then I can also say that in the eyes of the sacred leader of Alcade, you are less than an ant. You don't have the right to dominate the world. How dare a primordial trash talk to me like that? The little Pung King's expression was cold. I've only cultivated for a little more than 4 years. I'm a few planes lower than you, so I'm indeed no match for you. You can indeed pretend to be a master in front of me after cultivating for so many years, but please don't think you're invincible. There's really nothing special about you. Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shocking that Yi Fan could achieve what he had after cultivating for only 4 years. If he had been born in the primordial era, his future would have been limitless. Aren't you saying all this because you want to fight me at the same level? The little Pung King sneered. I've always been tempted. Killing a sacred body of the ancients at the same level gives me a sense of accomplishment. I just don't want to be set up by others. To me, there's no sense of accomplishment. I can predict the result. I can crush you with a flip of my hand. Yi Fan shook his head. These words were infuriating. The little Pung King sneered and said, I'm really tempted. Little Pung King, there's no need to lower yourself to the same level as a trash. There's no need to do this. Among the little Pung King's followers, a demonic cultivator said, If he's not convinced, I'll take his life as a level 2 of the Holy Ji Palace. People like you won't do. I can kill 10 of you by myself. Yi Fan shook his head. He only wanted to provoke the little Pung King into attacking. The demonic cultivator was also a powerful cultivator of the younger generation. He was quite conceited, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He then turned to Yen Ryu and said, Your Highness, please use an extreme weapon to suppress my cultivation. I want to fight him. Yen Ryu did not refuse and attacked right away. Her palm shone brilliantly, and the might of the extreme path flashed and disappeared, suppressing the demonic cultivator's cultivation. I don't need to do anything to deal with you. I can just close the door and let the dog out. Black Emperor, bite him. Damn it. The big black dog was furious. He growled and turned around to bite Yi Fan. Everyone was speechless. Stupid dog, if you don't kill him, you can forget about getting the ancient scriptures and the black tortoise for the rest of your life. Yi Fan threatened through voice transmission. Human trash, what are you doing? The demonic cultivator sneered. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Yi Fan rushed over and slapped out with the giant palm of the void. The black hand covered the sky, and dark clouds rolled down with lightning. Bang. The demonic cultivator hit the sky with both hands and hit the black hand. However, he was sent flying by the black hand amid a muffled sound, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. This person was at the level 5 Holy Ji Palace realm. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the level 2, he still had his experience and combat awareness. Yet he was severely injured in a single exchange. Everyone gasped and lamented that the sacred body of the ancients was indeed invincible among those at the same level. Vroom. Yi Fan rushed over in an instant. The black hand fell like a towering ancient tree, covering the sky and making the void tremble. Smack. This time, the giant palm of the void swept across and sent the demonic cultivator flying. He fell to the top of the mountain and lay there, spitting out blood. People like you talk big and say that your body is useless. Now that you've been defeated by me, aren't you even more useless? Yi Fan sneered and landed on the ground. The demonic cultivator let out a low growl and swallowed several pills. His bones crackled, and his demonic power surged, causing the top of the mountain to tremble. He rushed over again and said, "I can kill you myself. Black Emperor, bite him." Although Yi Fan said this, he kept threatening the demonic cultivator through voice transmission. This dog's temper was too bad, and it was difficult to tame him. "Damn it, brat, just you wait." The black dog was furious. His bald tail was about to reach the sky, and he pounced on the demonic cultivator. "I say, little Yi, you really sent a dog to bite people. Is this stupid dog reliable?" Tu Fei asked. The surrounding people were even more dumbfounded. Using a black dog that hadn't transformed to fight a demonic cultivator? Wasn't that just asking for death? Pung. The demonic cultivator slapped the black dog. He thought it would be enough to turn it into minced meat, but unexpectedly, his own arm was almost broken. Boom. He threw a punch toward the large black dog's head. The Black Emperor was not someone who liked to be beaten up, and he moved as fast as a bolt of black lightning. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this massive fist. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ayo. The demonic cultivator screamed in pain. He almost fainted because of the intense pain. A cold wind blew, and he felt a chill on his wrist. Looking closely, he found that his fist was gone, and his wrist was bare and bloody. His palm had been bitten off. Ah! The pain was unbearable. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and his head was covered with sweat. He quickly retreated. Hey! The black dog spat out blood, and his broken hand fell to the ground. He was actually retching. He quickly ran to a mountain spring, rinsed his mouth and cursed. Damn it, I hate eating fox meat the most in my life. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded. This listless black dog was actually so powerful. It was obvious that he wasn't a kind person. Sure enough, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Looking at its listless appearance, it looked harmless from beginning to end. After all, it turned out to be a ruthless character. What bad luck! The large black dog cursed. Everyone present was speechless. This bald dog really deserved a beating. That was what everyone thought. By the way, my favorite food is roasted birds. The black dog raised his neck, stared at the little Pung King, and licked his lips. Louder! Tu Fei said. Boom! The little Pung King landed on the peak of the mountain. He stared at Yi Fan coldly and said, I really can't help but fight. The sacred body of the ancients is tempting. He suddenly turned around and faced Yen Ruyu. I don't want to listen to other people's arrangements. This is my own will. Your Highness, please put away your ultimate weapon. I will seal my power myself. Are you sure you want to fight with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Tu Fei asked. How many great emperors have existed since ancient times? All of them are peerless. If I want to walk this path, I must suppress the sacred body of the ancients. The little Pung King said in a low voice. Aha! Yi Fan laughed. He felt the blood in his body flow faster, and he couldn't wait to throw a punch. Chapter 258. Verdant mountain peaks, ancient pine trees, strange rocks, and a waterfall that was 3,000 feet long. Killing sacred bodies of the ancients of the same level to forge my path to the great emperor. This is the will of the heavens. The source chi of all things shall belong to me. The golden-winged little Pung King was tall, and his golden hair was like a waterfall. His eyes were sparkling, and he had a demonic air about him. As he stood on the peak of the mountain, there was a daunting pressure. I have never killed a sky Pung before. Today, I will dye my hands with Pung blood. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Your physique has fallen. Even the world has abandoned you. You should have been buried in the soil a long time ago. Today, I will completely destroy the sacred body of the ancients. The little Pung King's murderous intent soared into the sky. This was an extremely dangerous person who would kill at every turn. He was determined to obtain Yi Fan's cauldron, so it was impossible for him to spare Yi Fan's life. I, Tian Peng, am destined to become a great emperor. Your mysterious yellow origin root was prepared for me. It is a treasure given to me by the heavens. The little Pung King's hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, I will use your primordial sacred blood to cleanse the origin of the myriad qi and forge my sacred weapon. He's a mother***. Tu Fei muttered. Xian sighed and said, he indeed has the strength of a great emperor. He heard that Yao Guang Saint's son has been determined to be a great emperor since he was young, so he rushed to the north region to kill Yao Guang Saint's son with his own hands. Tu Fei was a little worried and asked, could he really suppress the sacred body of the ancients? It's hard to say. The great emperor doesn't necessarily have the sacred body of the ancients. If he really has the potential to become the great emperor, then Yi Fan is in real danger. Qingyi shook his head and said, the Rock clan is blessed by the heavens. Their physical bodies are the best in the world, just like the Jiao Dragon clan. They are no weaker than the human sacred body of the ancients. Kill the saint physique. Sacrifice the mysterious yellow blood. The little Pung King shouted. The mountain peak trembled. It was restricted by a formless demonic force, as if it was going to collapse. Hua! Suddenly, the silver waterfall stopped flowing and froze in the air. It was as if time had frozen. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and a sense of horror flashed through them. They didn't understand what had happened. Rumble! The silver waterfall fell and continued to flow. Everything returned to normal. I've already sealed myself and suppressed my cultivation to the second firmament of the Doctrine Palace. Little Peng's words were sonorous, like metal colliding with stone. The longevity pine was tall and straight, and the ancient vines were bold and vigorous. The mountain peak was completely silent. The great battle was about to begin. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peng King made his move. The heavenly Peng's extreme speed was unparalleled in this world. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed over. Its golden fist caused the space to collapse, emitting violent vibrations. Pa! Yi Fan struck out with the void palm imprint. A huge black palm covered the sky, and a dark mass of people collided heavily with the prung fist. Boom! Like a thunderclap, it struck the mountain peak and caused it to tremble. Gold and black energy violently surged out in all directions like a tide. Pitter-patter! Like the wind sweeping away the clouds, like a great wave washing the sand. On the mountain peak, all of the longevity pine trees were uprooted and shattered in midair. All of the wondrous rocks turned into fine powder. That waterfall was even more so, swept up into the sky, flowing in reverse. The first collision was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Nothing was left on the mountain peak. The pavilions and other buildings were all destroyed and razed to the ground. The spectators were alarmed. When the gold and black energy swept towards them, they all soared into the sky and dodged. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a powerhouse at the second firmament of the Dao Palace. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peng King's eyes blazed with light as he charged forward. His golden fist was like a burning ball of divine fire. It was a pulsating divine brilliance. It was extremely dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. It was hard to imagine just how great the power of this punch was. Pa! Yi Fan still used the void palm imprint. The black palm seemed to cleave down from the universe beyond. It was black and terrifying, causing the sky to tremble. Rumble! In their second clash, the two of them struck out with a yin-yang storm. Gold and black energy surged into the sky, sweeping out in all directions like a tsunami. Pa! The mountain peak could not withstand it. A corner of it cracked, emitting a deafening sound. At the same time, rubble shot through the sky, crashing into the shore. Huge rocks shot out in all directions. Yi Fan and the golden-winged little Peng King were like two gods colliding. How can this birdman be so monstrous? His physical body can really be compared to the sacred body of the ancients. Tu Fei was shocked. Their race is blessed by the heavens. Not only are they unparalleled in speed, but their physical bodies can also rival real dragons. This is their unparalleled talent. Xian Yi's expression was solemn. No wonder this birdman is so crazy. His physical body is so terrifying. It's like another sacred body of the ancients, Tu Fei exclaimed. Boom. Yi Fan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, naturally noticed the situation. The celestial rock's physical body, tempered by the 4 levels secret realms, was no weaker than his own. It was indestructible. Pa. Yi Fan continued to attack. The black palm and the golden fist collided, causing the mountain to collapse and the waterfall to flow backward. However, his physical body did not have the upper hand. The golden-winged little Peng King was very brave and took all of the attacks head-on. The celestial rock's physical body that could kill real dragons was even harder than Daoyuo silver essence. It shone brilliantly and resisted the sacred body of the ancients. Boom. The two separated. Yi Fan held the seal of mountains and rivers in his hand, and a huge mountain appeared above his head. On it, there were ancient trees and forests, birds and beasts, and even a silver waterfall. Yi Fan performed the Great Void technique, and suddenly appeared in front of the golden-winged little Peng King. He held the seal of mountains and rivers and slammed it down. What kind of seal is this? Everyone was shocked. The momentum was too great. The mountain towered high in the sky, majestic and majestic. Birds and beasts flew, and the river surged. It was so real, as if a real mountain had been moved. Boom. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The seal of mountains and rivers slammed down, and the golden-winged little Peng King blocked it. Boom. The mountain was so huge that it was earth-shattering. It buried the little Peng King under it. Everyone in the sky changed their expressions. The seal was too terrifying. Many people thought that they could not withstand it with their physical bodies. Even cultivators in the 4-level secret realms would be turned into minced meat immediately. Boom. The golden-winged little Peng King roared. His golden hair stood on end, and he waved a huge golden Peng claw. It was a divine technique that could kill real dragons. The claw split the sky. The Peng's roar shook the sky, surging for dozens of miles. Many people in the sky felt their ears prickling, and they almost fell from the sky. The golden-winged little Peng King split the sky with his bare hands. The huge Peng claw tore the mountain apart and collapsed it in the void. Boom! The mountain collapsed, and a violent explosion soared into the sky. The mountain under their feet was silently annihilated more than 10 meters high, and it became much shorter. This was the terrifying Rock Clan. They were favored by the heavens, and their physical bodies were not at a disadvantage when competing with the sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan's expression did not change. So what if their physical strength was similar? He activated the Battle Saint technique, and the seal of mountains and rivers appeared again. The towering mountain seemed to tear through time and space, rushing over from ancient times, and came crashing down. Boom! The golden-winged little Peng King fought back. The Peng claw tore through the sky, and once again, the mountain was destroyed. Boom! However, Yi Fan's divine power was inexhaustible. He kept forming hand seals, and 13 seals of mountains and rivers came crashing down. In the distant sky, many demon cultivators were dumbfounded. Tu Fei's eyes were wide open and he murmured, "Damn it, I can't fight with him. What a freak." Even someone as powerful as the golden-winged little Peng King felt a little overwhelmed. The 13 mountains came crashing down one after another, forcing him to reveal the true form of the rock. Golden light shot into the sky, and it was dazzling. A huge rock appeared and spread its wings. It was a giant bird that was dozens of meters long. Its entire body was dazzling, as if it was cast in gold. It was filled with the sense of power bestowed upon it by the heavens, and it contained explosive divine power. The rock's rock roar. Its wings swept across the sky, directly shattering 6 mountains. Its divine power surged like a sacred flame, and its entire body shone brightly. Smack! The divine wings struck the sky, and all the clouds in the surroundings were shaken away. It was unstoppable and indestructible, and everything in its path turned into ashes. The seals of mountains and rivers were all shattered. This was the divine bird, the rock. Its divine power was overwhelming, and it could suppress all other races. But how could Yi Fan stop here? This was just the beginning. He used the Great Void technique, traversing through the void and arriving on the rock's back. He held the moon with both hands, and a black demon mountain appeared in his hands. Embracing mountain seal. He hugged a huge mountain and fiercely smashed it towards Tianpeng's back. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. Bang! The embracing mountain seal shot out, and the mountain came crashing down. Rumble! The black demon mountain struck the rock's true form, and sent the little Pung King flying. However, the black mountain also crumbled. It was hard to imagine how strong the rock's body was. Swoosh! A blazing golden light flashed, and the little Pung King transformed into his human form, disappearing into the void. Not good. Yi Fan was alarmed. He used the Great Void technique to leave through space, but he was still one step too late. The rock's divine wings slashed down. The little Pung King's right hand turned into a 30-meter-long golden blade. It flashed with cold light as it slashed forward. Clang! Yi Fan passively met the attack. His golden fist slammed into the sky, creating a piercing sound that shook dozens of miles. Bang! Although he dodged this attack, he was still hit in the back by another rock claw, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. This was the rock's extreme speed. The little Pung King was unbelievably fast. He turned into thousands of phantoms, and they attacked unceasingly, attacking Yi Fan's body. I will naturally soar above the world. The little Pung King shouted. His body turned into thousands of phantoms, and they were everywhere, all attacking Yi Fan. In the end, all the phantoms merged into one, forming an eternal, undying body. Golden light shone over the world. The great killing technique was like thousands of waves, attacking Yi Fan unceasingly. The rock slash. The rock's divine wings tore the sky, and it slashed continuously. In just a short moment, he used the rock's extreme speed to attack more than 10,000 times. Every strike caused the space around them to collapse. In the end, they actually pierced through the space and sent Yi Fan flying many miles away. Can this Birdman really become a great emperor? Even the sacred body of the ancients can't suppress him. Tu Fei was shocked. This was the first time in Yi Fan's life that he was evenly matched with an enemy. This was a terrifying rock that had the potential to become a great emperor. Don't try to use your soul consciousness to kill me. It's useless even if you use your cauldron. I will let your blood dye the sky red. The little Pung King's eyes were filled with crazy or murderous intent. I'm afraid he does have the potential to become a great emperor. Cyandi looked serious. Are you saying that he might be able to kill the Alcade Saint? Tu Fei was shocked. The physique of a great emperor isn't necessarily a divine physique or a sacred physique. He might really have such potential. Yan Ryu also said. The other demon cultivators were all shocked. Was the little Pung King really that powerful? Roar. The little Pung King's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Under the rock's extreme speed, no one knew how many times he had attacked. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Yi Fan's cold voice was heard. He's not injured. Is the sacred body of the ancients almost immortal? Everyone was shocked. At that moment, Yi Fan increased his speed. He was actually able to compete with the little Pung King's extreme speed, and was not at a disadvantage. How is this possible? The rock's extreme speed is unparalleled and unparalleled. How can he catch up? The demon cultivators were shocked. Legend has it that only the crazy old man's footwork is comparable to the rock's extreme speed. He might even surpass it, Cyani said in a low voice. He has cultivated the crazy old man's footwork. Yan Ryu nodded. Yi Fan went berserk. His divine power was monstrous, and his spiritual essence was surging. His large hand covered the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. Bang! The large hand that covered the sky sent the little Pung King flying. Boom! Yi Fan formed a seal with both hands, and it was as if he was holding up the sky. A huge black sun suddenly filled the sky, exuding a vigorous aura. It was as boundless as the ocean, as endless as the abyss, and as majestic as an ancient mountain. Its might was monstrous, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. Great Sun Seal. Yi Fan raised the great sun that covered the sky and pressed it down. Wong! The little Pung King let out a long cry, and went up against the sky, wanting to shatter the black sun. Boom! Black flames burned the sky and covered the sky, instantly drowning the little Pung King. The flames were monstrous, and the little Pung King rushed up in a sorry state. Even the clothes on his body were burning. "Roasted birds are my favorite," the big black dog shouted from below. The little Pung King was shocked and angry. He rushed up into the sky, and the golden light around his body was dazzling. He put out the flames and shouted, "I want the sacred blood of the ancients to flow out." He rushed forward and used his divine wings to strike the sky. Yi Fan was not afraid. He held the great sun seal in his hand, and another vigorous sun slowly rose. It was incomparably huge and it covered the sky. The black brilliance burned everything. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. Flames swept the sky as the two of them fought fiercely. The intense collision caused the sky to boil. Then, Yi Fan used the old Crazy Old's footwork and crazily rushed over with a demon mountain in his arms. Bang! The little Pung King was smashed and was sent flying. He had no choice but to show the true form of the Sky Ping again. The sacred body of the ancients was the sacred body of the ancients, after all. The strength of his physical body was slightly higher than the true form of the Sky Pung. Yi Fan was almost berserk. The black demon mountain kept pressing down, attacking the little Pung King. Moreover, the black sun also filled the sky from time to time. He formed various seals, causing the world to boil. Fire Phoenix Seal, Sun and Moon Seal, Mountain River Seal, Mountain Embracing Seal. The battle saint technique was ever-changing and had no fixed form. One moment, Yi Fan threw more than a dozen demon mountains, and the next moment, he threw more than a dozen suns, completely drowning the little Pung King. The two of them fought to the death, each using their most extreme means. Boom! Yi Fan held a demon mountain and hit the true form of the Sky Pung, causing the little Pung King to stagger and almost fall from the sky. Yi Fan landed on the true form of the Sky Pung at an extreme speed, and the great seal of mountains and rivers blasted. The little Pung King let out a long roar and turned into a human, trying to get rid of the entanglement. However, he did not succeed this time. When he turned into a human, Yi Fan was still on his back. He swung his golden fist and smashed it down. He's riding the little Pung King. The demon cultivators were shocked. The situation began to change. The sacred body of the ancients had the upper hand, and Yi Fan gradually suppressed the little Pung King. Boom! Yi Fan's powerful divine sense rushed out and slashed at the little Pung King. Boom! The sky was filled with golden feathers. The little Pung King rushed out and left a feather coat in Yi Fan's hand. The golden feathers were crushed by the divine sense. "Skin the bird and keep it up," the big black dog shouted. The little Pung King's golden hair stood on end, and his eyes were like knives. He let out a long roar and pounced over again. He shouted, "Extreme speed divine change." Oh no, this is the divine change field that the Sky Pung evolved at extreme speed. It's almost impossible to survive if you're sealed in it. Cyan E exclaimed. The blood of the sacred body of the ancients can flow out now. The little Pung King said mercilessly. He punched forward with endless killing intent. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan was not sealed. He attacked later, but arrived first. His fist landed on the little Pung King's face, and a string of blood spurted out from his mouth. You! The little Pung King was shocked. He never thought that Yi Fan would not be restricted. He decisively retreated. However, Yi Fan launched a series of attacks. The golden hand swept across the sky and directly slashed down, covering the little Pung King's head. Bang! This was a very heavy blow. The little Pung King's body shook violently, and his head buzzed. This was only him. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. The little Pung King's hair was disheveled, and his body swayed. He almost fell from the sky. Pa! Yi Fan's golden hand slapped over and landed heavily on the little Pung King's body. It was like slapping a scarecrow, and he was sent flying. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The little Pung King made a wrong judgment just now, and now he was being suppressed by Yi Fan. Bang! The golden hand covered the sky, and Yi Fan slashed on the little Pung King's back. A large string of blood spurted out from his mouth. Below, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan actually heavily injured the insufferably arrogant little Pung King. Chapter 259. Wang. Yi Fan's golden fist smashed over. It was as if the hardest divine metal of a deity was vibrating too quickly. releasing an ear-piercing vibrating sound. This was a wave of berserk divine force. The golden splendor dyed the sky a dazzling expanse, as if a scorching sun had shattered in the sky. Pung! This ferocious and heavy golden fist heavily smashed into the little Pung King's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that carried traces of gold. Roar! The little Pung King released a long roar. His messy hair flew about, and every strand of hair stood on end. His robust body possessed a demonic nature, as it released a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. He wanted to reverse the situation. The divine Pung spread its wings. He didn't turn around and swept behind him. His right arm was as heavy as a mountain, and even space itself collapsed from the pressure. It was hard to imagine what kind of crazy power this was. Dang! Yi Fan's golden fist smashed out, landing on the prung arm that was sweeping over. It was as if he was striking iron, releasing a sky-shaking sonorous sound. Their flesh was comparable to a mountain, and their toughness had reached an inconceivable level. When they brandished their arms, they could distort space. They possessed extreme power. Ooh! Astral winds surged. The instant the little Pung King turned around, Yi Fan's large golden hand slapped out. It was as if a large millstone was smashing down. This strike was extremely terrifying. The millstone-like large hand seemed to be cast from gold, and it was filled with a destructive feeling. It pressed down on the space until it rumbled, and its power was terrifying. Pa! There was no way to evade at all. This large hand locked down the heavens and hacked down, landing solidly on the little Pung King's body. Half of his body was struck. The little Pung King was immediately sent flying. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure this kind of heavy strike. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his golden hair scattered about. He almost fell down in the void. Yi Fan had the upper hand, so he naturally didn't want to let him turn the situation around. He didn't give him any chance at all, and he continuously used his great offensive techniques. Pung! The large golden hand covered the sky, cutting off the path ahead and slapping downwards. With one step in the lead, he took the initiative step by step. This kind of offensive was continuous and unending, and it was as if he had locked down the other party and suppressed him. Clang! The heavenly Pung spread its wings, wanting to break the golden hand. The attack was ferocious, even the void became dim. This type of terrifying hack completely sucked away the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy. The golden-winged little Pung King was full of unruliness. His eyes revealed killing intent as he retaliated almost crazily. His body ignited with raging divine flames to break free from this disadvantage. Dang dang dang. However, Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients was even more ferocious. He fought force with force and overpowered force with force. His golden fist seemed to be able to pierce through the sky with unparalleled power. The intense collision was like the descent of the ancient heaven, suppressing the blue dome of heaven. It was also like the Milky Way, crashing into the vast earth. Yi Fan's golden fist seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Every time he punched out, the sky would tremble and the spectators in the distance would be horrified. It was hard to estimate how powerful it was. Pung! Dang! Such an intense battle was almost unseen among the younger generation. One was a sacred body of the ancients, while the other was a descendant of the divine Pung that could kill a true dragon. Both of their physical bodies represented extreme strength. It was like a needle against an awl. Their battle was soul-stirring, causing the entire sky to tremble. Yi Fan's divine power was inexhaustible and tireless. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Pung King was shocked. The pair of golden fists were like mountains crashing against each other, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, the celestial Pung King's wings could not hurt him at all. The golden fist smashed through the space. Every heavy blow made his arm go numb, and the terrifying force made him want to spit blood. Yi Fan did not want to give him a chance to turn the tables. He never underestimated his opponents, let alone the celestial Pung that could sweep through the younger generation. His attacks were endless. Pung! He attacked like a storm, hitting the little Pung King until he could not withstand it. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the glow on his arms became much dimmer. Pa! Yi Fan's golden fists finally penetrated through. They rushed past the Pung King's wings and smashed into his chest. This kind of heavy blow was too much for the little Pung King to endure, and he felt intense pain. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His messy hair was stained with blood, and his majestic body was trembling slightly. Yi Fan chased after him. The two of them seemed to be connected by an invisible rope, and they could not break away from each other. Whoosh! Yi Fan used the Great Void technique and suddenly appeared. A huge black hand covered the sky and slammed down. The little Pung King could not dodge at all. Pung! This was a terrifying heavy blow. It directly slammed into the little Pung King's head, causing him to spin around and lose his balance. The tyrannical little Pung King was actually beaten into such a sorry state. Blood dyed his clothes red, and everyone in the distant sky gasped. One had to know that the little Pung King's divine might had spread far and wide. There was almost no one in the younger generation of the demon race who did not know of him. He wanted to walk the great emperor's path. This was a great opportunity. Yi Fan caught up in just 8 steps. Taking advantage of the little Pung King's dazed state, he carried a demonic mountain and pressed down. Embracing mountain seal. Boom. The majestic and unstoppable mountain pressed down on the little Pung King's body, as if it had the power to turn the world upside down. In the distant sky, everyone felt the destructive aura, and couldn't help but be alarmed. However, the little Pung King's body was not broken. The black mountain smashed him flying away, and his body cracked open with bloody lines, but he still did not fall down. Buzz! Yi Fan chased after him. His left hand formed the sun seal, and his right hand formed the moon seal. A heavenly sun and a bright moon floated in the sky, each emitting a resplendent radiance and emitting heart-palpitating fluctuations. They were both the size of small mountains, and they were pushed forward by him. Bang! The sun seal covered the sky, emitting boundless radiance. Yi Fan's left hand heavily slammed down, causing the little Pung King to tumble backwards. A large patch of his messy golden hair was dyed red by the fresh blood he spat out. Pa! The moon seal was in the sky, gentle and dazzling. Yi Fan's right hand slammed down, striking the little Pung King's body. Light surged violently like raging waves beating against the shore. This heavenly Pung King's body was covered in bloody scars, and his joints creaked with gabbing sounds. Its strength was astonishing. I don't believe I can't beat him. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His body shone like a divine body that had been refined 100 times. Enough! Suddenly, the little Pung King roared. He was a bit dazed after being struck in the head, but the intense pain woke him up completely. He let out a beast-like roar. As the descendant of the heavenly Pung King, he possessed an astonishing vitality. His eyes were close to madness as tens of thousands of golden feathers rushed out and pierced through the sky like golden spears. It was a killing method that sent chills down one's spine. The countless golden feathers all turned into blazing spears, each of which carried golden flames. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The sound of the air being pierced was incessant, and all of them stabbed at Yi Fan. It was a killing method that made one feel fear and despair. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan slapped with his golden hand, blocking the golden spears. If it were anyone else, they would have been pierced through and died from blood loss. However, Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than the heavenly Pung King's body. He forcefully carved out a path among the waves of spears. Moreover, he was not retreating. He was advancing toward the little Pung King, intending to crush him to death. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan struck out all kinds of seals and great killing methods, shattering the spears one after another and pressing toward the little Pung King. Boom. The little Pung King waved his arms, and millions of golden feathers gathered together, forming a golden canopy that pressed down on Yi Fan. It was a giant canopy formed by sharp spears. It was an ultimate killing method, and it instantly pressed down, drowning Yi Fan. In the distant sky, the crowd gasped. This birdman is too scary. At the critical moment, all his golden feathers are lethal weapons that can't be guarded against. Only the sacred body of the ancients can block it. If it were someone else, they would have become a porcupine. Tu Fei was frightened. I'm afraid this is just the prelude, Cyane said in a low voice. Boom. Yi Fan displayed all kinds of attacking methods, and all the seals were executed at the same time. He instantly pierced through the golden canopy and shattered it. All of the divine spears shattered, turning into broken feathers that fluttered about as they drifted down. Pieces of broken gold filled the sky. Countless rock feathers danced in the air and fell to the ground. The golden-winged little Pung King's figure became indistinct and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Fan stood in the sky and glanced around to guard against the opponent's thunderous attack. The others were also searching, sizing up the surroundings. That birdman spat out so much blood. He must be hurt badly. Did he run away in defeat? Tu Fei mumbled to himself. The others were bewildered as well. All of them had witnessed Yi Fan's attack just now. And if they were to go up and face it with their bodies, they would have been turned into ashes a long time ago. Little Pung King, did you run away because you couldn't defeat him? Yi Fan asked. A heavy snort came from the sky. A golden shadow appeared. The little Pung King sat cross-legged in the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and cracking sounds echoed. His bones were shaking. Boom. The monstrous aura shot up to the sky and surged around him like an ocean. He stood up, his eyes filled with wild light. He said coldly, I ran away in defeat? What a joke. It's just the beginning. Everyone was shocked. The little Pung King's aura grew stronger as if he wasn't hurt at all. Monstrous aura rolled behind him. That birdman was suppressed by the sacred body of the ancients, but he wasn't hurt at all. He recovered in such a short time. It's so scary. Tu Fei was shocked. Indeed, the little Pung King has the potential to become an emperor. He can compete with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. A monster expert was shocked. Qingyi looked surprised and said, Can he really walk the path of an emperor? Yen Ruyu also whispered, Perhaps he has some hope. The little Pung King descended and stood opposite of Yi Fan. At this moment, his monstrous aura shot up to the sky, and his murderous aura spread everywhere. 108,000 swords. His voice could pierce through metal and crack rocks, shaking the sky and hurting many people's eardrums. At this moment, the murderous aura between heaven and earth was shocking. Beams of sword light shot up to the sky like an endless volcano erupting. The sky was filled with a forest of divine swords. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and their edges were cold. They stood upright in the sky, shining with dazzling light and murderous aura. 108,000 swords. Each of them was refined from the feathers of a divine rock, and they were all breathing out dazzling sword chi. They were sharp, dazzling, and intimidating. As far as the eye could see, there were divine swords everywhere. They were burning fiercely, and the murderous aura was frightening. I don't know if the great emperor of the ancients had killed the sacred body of the ancients when he was young. Perhaps I will create a magnificent feat and pave my path to the emperor with the sacred blood. The little Pung King had a muscular body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes were filled with a wild and murderous aura. Yi Fan was in the forest of swords, facing the endless sword light and feeling the bone-chilling murderous aura. He was not afraid and took out the divine fire cauldron. I could suppress you in physical combat, and I can still step on you now. Yi Fan looked calm, but he was full of confidence. He held the inch-tall crystal cauldron in his palm. Chapter 260. There were sharp golden divine swords everywhere in the sky. Each of them was spitting out sword light that shot into the sky. This was a frightening sea of swords that stretched as far as the eye could see. Its murderous intent was shocking. 108,000 swords. In the distant sky, many people were shocked. Anyone who was trapped in this sword forest would be terrified. This birdman is too terrifying. How did he forge so many swords? Tu Fei felt that something was wrong. Qingyi's expression changed as well. Looks like the little rock king can't maintain his transcendent state. In a physical battle, he is at a disadvantage, so he has to use the prung feather swords that he cultivates with his life. These aren't golden feathers that can be shot out casually. They are refined from the feathers of a divine rock. It's one of the strongest killing techniques of the Tianping race. The Peng feather swords have the mark of the race's inheritance. He is the descendant of the old Peng king. It's hard to estimate how powerful he is. Many demonic race cultivators were discussing in low voices. They felt that Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation. What's the big deal? Roast a bird and burn it all. Let's see how arrogant he is then. The large black dog muttered. This crazy Birdman is too terrifying. I feel that he is even more uneasy than the wavering light Saint Sun, Two-Face said to himself. Luckily, his cultivation level is suppressed to the second sky of the Tao Palace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yen Ryu's expression was calm as she said, "Once the prung feather swords are completed, 108,000 divine rock feathers will shoot out at the same time. They can shake the world." He can use his prung feather swords at such a young age. It's really surprising. In the sky, the little Rock King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were very sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out was frightening. "1,000 feather swords slash!" he shouted, and the 1,000 golden swords in the sky slashed towards the same target. The 1,000 swords attacked, slashing through the sky and drowning Yi Fan underneath. This was an attack that made people shudder. The 1,000 swords shot out at the same time, slashing through the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The dazzling light was as thick as a water bucket and extremely sharp. They rushed over like flood dragons, unstoppable as if they could pierce through the sky. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan's every move was the battle saint art, shattering the sword rays one after another. The Li Fire Divine Cauldron hovered above his head as he lunged at the little Pung King. This was an extremely hair-raising scene. 1,000 feathers and 1,000 swords hacked through heaven and earth, their power astonishing. In the distant sky, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying killing intent. The sword beams were as thick as buckets, and the killing intent was boundless, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was already like this outside the battlefield, let alone inside the forest of swords. It was hard to imagine how much killing intent Yi Fan had to endure. 108,000 swords flew through the air, and every single golden sword exuded a terrifying killing intent. When they gathered together, they formed a terrifying destructive aura. Dang dang. Yi Fan was like a god of war. His entire body was bathed in divine light, causing the sky to tremble. He fought his way through, and although there were thousands of swords slashing at him, they could not stop him at all. The sword auras all over the sky were shattered by him. This was the supreme power of the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than divine weapons. Anything it hit would be destroyed. The little Pung King stood still in the forest of swords. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he shouted, 3,000 swords, chaos the void. Clang, clang, clang. The divine swords chimed together, and 3,000 golden swords shot out at the same time. The sword beams intertwined, forming a terrifying inescapable net that was dense and eerie. Even with his sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan felt as if his body was being torn apart by such a powerful attack. The 3,000 swords struck at the same time, splitting the sky. The sword aura soared into the sky and sent him flying. Chi chi chi. The sword beams pierced through the sky like rainbows, one after another. They were endless, and the sky was dazzling. Boom. Yi Fan struggled to shatter the thousands of sword auras, then began to activate the divine cauldron of Li Fire. The cauldron quickly enlarged above his head, and the colorful lid flew into the sky with a loud clang. A large amount of black flames rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Clang, clang, clang. The thousands of swords slashed at him, and were instantly covered by the black flames. The scorching temperature was terrifying, and it melted all 1,300 golden swords on the spot. Golden light flickered in the sky, and the golden color slowly dimmed in the black flames. Over 1,000 feathery Pung swords were destroyed and burned to ashes. The little Pung King's golden hair stood on end and danced wildly. His eyes were cold. The destruction of over 1,000 swords made him feel very pained, and he could not help but let out a long roar. What kind of fire is that? How could it be so terrifying? The feathery Pung swords are sharp and unstoppable, yet he burned over 1,000 swords with a single fire. How surprising! Could it be the same kind of fire that burned the supreme elder of the Ji family to death? No, it's not the colorful kind. There wasn't a single spectator whose expression didn't change. The temperature of this kind of fire was so high that it made people's hearts palpitate even though they were so far away. If they were engulfed by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Li Flame Divine Cauldron was sparkling and translucent. It blossomed with prismatic light as it suspended above Yi Fan's head. Raging flames surged and burned fiercely. The black flames even warped the void. His body flickered as he was surrounded by this kind of flame. His battle intent was high as he took steps in the void and pressed forward. The little Peng's expression was cold as he shouted, "Peng Feather Regeneration!" His entire body was like gold as divine radiance rushed out one after another. The golden swords were completely replenished and became 108,000 swords again. The powerful killing intent condensed together and formed a forest of swords that made people despair. Every single one of the swords clanged and shook the sky. He actually comprehended the Sky Peng race's great killing technique to such a level, reaching the Peng Feather Regeneration and the Undying Sword Intent. 108,000 swords. As long as the sword intent is not extinguished, the divine swords will not be extinguished unless all of the swords are destroyed in one go. In the distance, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This kind of undying divine sword would give any opponent a headache. They would grow and multiply endlessly, and in the end, they would definitely be destroyed. 10,000 swords move at the same time. The little Peng King shouted. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated. The sword energy was dazzling, piercing through the void and creating a formidable sword net in this area. Yi Fan urged the Li Fire Divine Furnace, making it more than 100 meters tall and hovering in the sky like a towering mountain. At this moment, he didn't need to hold back anymore. The endless black flame shot out everywhere. It was the black flame he had taken from the fallen sun ridge in the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Although it was just the surface, it still had a terrifying temperature. Boom! The great fire reached the sky. The black divine flame swept everywhere. Tens of thousands of swords were swallowed and burned down slowly. Clang! 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 The little Peng King bloomed with light. Tens of thousands of swords flew out, replenishing the forest of swords. This abnormal monster. Tu Fei was frightened. If it continues like this, the black flame will be exhausted sooner or later. However, his Peng Feather swords aren't extinguished. Yi Fan can't imagine the consequences, said Qing Yi. That's not necessarily the case. He's paying a price to regenerate his Peng Feathers. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it, said Yan Ruyu. 108,000 swords moved at the same time, cutting through the sky and drowning Yi Fan. He used the Li Fire Divine Furnace to open the way and attacked the little Peng King. Boom! The black flame was monstrous and raged in all directions, rushing toward the swords. 108,000 swords vibrated at the same time. Endless murderous intent rushed out and gathered into a giant divine sword that towered over the clouds. This was the murderous intent of 108,000 swords. Slash. The 1,000-meter-long sword slashed down. The terrifying murderous intent sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. 108,000 swords merged into one, and the murderous intent was boundless. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying in an instant. Such a killing technique was a terrifying blow to his sacred body of the ancients. What a monster! Is this really a duel between cultivators at the second heaven of the Doctrine Palace? The killing technique of the rock race is frightening. If it weren't for the sacred body of the ancients, I'm afraid that person would have been killed in both body and soul. In the distant sky, the crowd found it difficult to remain calm. Boom! Yi Fan activated the Li Fire Divine Furnace. Flames burned in all directions, sweeping toward the 108,000 swords. Clang, clang, clang. The golden sword shot out like rainbows and appeared behind the little Peng King, avoiding the flames that filled the sky. Although he had reached the level of rock feather regeneration, he could not withstand such terrifying flames. He did not want to be hurt. The two of them confronted each other. The little Peng King did not expect his talent to be restrained by his opponent. The black flames in his opponent's furnace were a great threat to his Peng Feather swords. The sacred body of the ancients can indeed look down on those of the same level. It can even suppress the little Peng King, Tu Fei said happily. Cyane shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. The little Peng King has the potential to become a great emperor. No matter how you look at it, he is not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients. It's just that the weapons are restraining each other. There is still a gap." His physical body was tempered in the 4 levels secret realm. Tu-Fei said, "Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? Even the one who gave our demon race hope of becoming a great emperor is at a disadvantage when they are at the same level." Several demon cultivators whispered. Boom. All of a sudden, an extremely horrifying murderous aura appeared in the sky. It made one's body and soul tremble involuntarily. It was as if a primordial beast had broken free from its seal and came to this world. Endless murderous aura swept the sky. That is, everyone was shocked. A pitch-black weapon appeared in the little Pung King's hand. It was eerie and terrifying. The horrifying aura was coming from it. The great desolate halberd. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the lesser demons turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. The weapon made of black metal seemed to have a life of its own. The murderous aura soared into the sky, making one's hair stand on end. It also had a daunting power. It really is the great desolate halberd. It is the demonic weapon that the old Pung King used to kill for his entire life. That's right. It is indeed the great desolate halberd. It has killed countless people. Blood flows like a river, and corpses pile up like a mountain. I wonder how many lives have been taken by it. The pitch-black weapon's murderous aura soared into the sky. It flashed with a cold metallic luster. It was like a ferocious wild beast, emitting an extremely horrifying aura. This is not fair. Little Pung King, you have the weapon of a demon giant. How are you going to fight? Tu-Fei shouted. Don't worry. It has been sealed, but it still has the power of the Great Desolate. The little Pung King answered indifferently. The Great Desolate halberd was a demonic weapon that a demon master had spent his entire life refining. Although it could not be compared to an extreme weapon, it was still very horrifying. It has indeed been sealed. The old Pung King will not let him rely on a demonic weapon so early. Yenryu nodded. No one knew how horrifying the Great Desolate halberd was. Rumor had it that it was as heavy as a mountain. Even cultivators in the 4 levels would find it difficult to hold it. Perhaps only the golden-winged little Pung King and Yi Fan, who had a sacred body of the ancients, could use it at a lower level. The golden-winged little Pung King stood there with the great desolate halberd in his hand. His entire body shone like gold. As for the great desolate halberd, it was as black as ink. It formed a sharp contrast. The killing intents of the two fused together, rippling like a vast ocean. Behind him, 108,000 great swords stood erect towards the sky. The sword energy shot into the sky, making him look incomparably terrifying. His robust body had a wild killing intent. Boom! Yi Fan summoned his own cauldron. The 2-inch-tall cauldron quickly enlarged to a meter high, replacing the position of the divine fire furnace and suspending above his head. This cauldron was simple and natural. There was no killing intent. It gave off a natural feeling, as if it was describing the Tao and truth of the world. Wisps of mysterious yellow light fell from the cauldron, tightly protecting him. It made him look as if he had fused with the great Tao. Chapter 261. The golden-winged little rock king had a vigorous figure. His hair was disheveled, and he was filled with a wild wildness. The pitch-black great desolate halberd in his hands emitted a horrifying infernal energy that blotted out the skies. He stepped forwards in the void, pressing forwards. Bang! The great desolate halberd shook, nearly causing the void to collapse. It was as heavy as a mountain, making one's hair stand on end. It was like an ancient desolate vicious beast that had a life of its own, making one feel dread. Boom! The golden-winged little Pung attacked. His golden hair danced in the wind and his eyebrows shot up. His eyes shined with a cold light as he grasped the great desolate halberd and rushed forwards. It was like he was lifting up a black mountain and chopping down. Yi Fan was as still as a boulder, unmoving like a pine tree. The cauldron above his head was simple and natural, the source energy of all things falling down like silk ribbons, like a curtain of rain, merging his body with the Tao. Boom! The great desolate halberd was far too heavy. As it chopped down, the black halberd twisted the void and a terrifying wave of energy surged forwards. At this time, Yi Fan finally moved. With the myriad energy furnace floating above his head, his body was like a flood dragon. He leaned to the side and half-turned, avoiding the black halberd blade. He stretched out his right arm and waved his golden fist, smashing it into the great desolate halberd. Clang! He used his bare hands to forcefully resist the great desolate halberd. His golden fist smashed into the black weapon. The sound of metal breaking stone rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle and their ears to ring. Boom! The great desolate halberd emitted a brutal infernal energy, as if it were a sealed desolate beast. It was indestructible, and possessed a demonic nature that made one's heart race. Woo! The golden-winged rock took advantage of this opportunity to slash out. The great desolate halberd was as deep as the sea, shining with a dark light as it cut towards Yi Fan, emitting a strange demonic sound like the wailing of ghosts. Yi Fan moved to the side, avoiding the sharp blade. He formed seals with his hands and struck the great desolate halberd. Clang! The millstone-sized golden palm struck the great desolate halberd. With a loud explosion, the entire void darkened. Even space distorted, but the great desolate halberd wasn't damaged at all. The weapon refined by the monster race's overlords was indestructible. Although it was sealed, it was still a rare weapon. It was impossible to break it. The golden-winged little Peng cried out. His golden hair fell down like a waterfall, shining with a strange and enchanting brilliance. He grasped the great desolate halberd and thrust forwards, the pitch-black halberd edge piercing through the world. Woo! The ear-piercing demonic sound sent chills down everyone's spines. Killing intent filled the air, and the hearts of the people in the distant sky trembled. Ping! Ding! Bang! Dang! Yi Fan struck out with his giant golden hand, constantly colliding with the great desolate halberd. Terrifying sounds rang out, as if the two of them were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The great battle was extremely intense. Yi Fan didn't use his own cauldron at first and fought barehanded. Mysterious light overflowed in all directions and killing intent surged into the heavens. The great desolate halberd was simply too terrifying. Even though Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, he still felt a sharp pain in his fists. At this point, he was still unable to break through the weapon of a monster magnate. They hit the clouds from the sky and dispersed them. Then they landed on the mountain. Bang! The great desolate halberd was as heavy as a mountain. As it slammed into the mountain peak, a corner of the mountain peak collapsed. With a rumbling sound, rocks tumbled down. Dang! Chong! Zheng! The two of them fought until they reached the middle of a group of lakes. Suddenly, huge waves surged into the sky, and the lake water flowed into the sky, turning into a watery swamp. Bang! Yi Fan punched out, scattering the water vapor in the sky. The great desolate halberd trembled again and again. From the sky to the clouds, to the ground, and finally to the sky. The demonic might of the great desolate halberd became increasingly magnificent, as if it could collapse the vault of heaven. Zheng zheng zheng! Suddenly, 10,000 swords cried out in unison. Sword energy pierced through the skies. 108,000 swords cried out in unison. Behind the golden-winged little Peng King, 108,000 Prung feather swords shot out. They shined like divine rainbows, emitting a chilling aura that made everyone in the distant sky feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Countless sword energies shot out, sweeping forward to slash at Yi Fan. It was very sudden. The endless killing intent was like a tsunami crashing into the shore. It was difficult to avoid. This was the Skyrock race's great killing technique. If it were a normal cultivator, they would have been cut to pieces. The endless sword light tore through everything. It was impossible to block. However, Yi Fan had always been on guard. He didn't use the cauldron because he was afraid of being killed. The cauldron hanging above his head trembled. The source energy of all things fell down, forming a dark yellow curtain in front of Yi Fan. Clang clang clang, tens of thousands of sword energies stabbed out. As they struck the silk ribbon of the dark yellow energy, nearly all of them disintegrated. There were some that managed to pass through the cracks, but they were dissolved by Yi Fan's treasure body. Bang! The golden-winged little Peng's eyebrows shot up. He lifted the great desolate halberd high and forcefully chopped down. At this moment, it was like the heavens were falling apart, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. Dang! This was the first time that the great desolate halberd had collided with Yi Fan's cauldron. A deafening sound rang out, causing the void to tremble. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Puff! In the distance, many little monsters vomited blood. Their faces paled and many of them fell to the ground. This heaven-shaking strike had even affected them. Roar! The golden-winged little Pung gave a long cry. His hair flew in the air and his aura rose. He grasped the black great desolate halberd in his hands and tore apart the void as he strode forwards. Dang! Dang! He grasped the great desolate halberd with both hands and constantly chopped down at the cauldron. His monstrous energy soared to the heavens, shocking the mind and shaking the earth. The golden-winged little Pung was unstoppable. He brandished the great desolate halberd and sent Yi Fan flying several miles away, causing the cauldron formed from all myriad source energy to constantly shake. After he gained momentum, he struck out again, wanting to break through Yi Fan's defense in a single stroke and kill his way in. Now, although the all-myriad source energy had been tempered into a cauldron, it still hadn't formed the mark of the Great Tao. It was still far from being an extreme weapon. It was just that it was tough enough. The golden-winged little Pung grasped the great desolate halberd and constantly chopped down. His momentum was monstrous. At the same time, the 108,000 swords behind him shook the heavens and earth, shooting out endless sword lights. In the distant skies, everyone was aghast. Such an offensive was unstoppable. If it were any other Tao Palace Mystic Realm cultivator, it would be impossible for them to block it. They would immediately turn to ash. The great desolate halberd's ominous might shocked the world. A brutal infernal energy flooded every inch of space. In addition to the 108,000 swords moving together, this was a horrifying killing technique. Dang dang. Yi Fan was sent flying 6 to 7 miles away by the great desolate halberd. The prung feather sword lights submerged the mysterious yellow energy, forcing him to retreat again and again. The golden-winged little Pung took the initiative and his offensive became even fiercer. He wished he could use the great desolate halberd to chop Yi Fan to death. These two ruthless people can both be kings of the same level. Such a fierce battle has surpassed their realms. The golden-winged little Pung is truly amazing. He is worthy of being called a great emperor. In a sense, this could be considered a qualifying battle for the great emperor's road. The golden-winged little Pung is truly terrifying. If he can really kill a sacred body of the ancients at the same realm, he will definitely become a Fey emperor in the future. The great desolate halberd was the tip, and the 108,000 swords were the support. It shook the heavens and earth. If it were anyone else, they would have already been killed. In the sky, Yi Fan retreated again and again. He was indeed at a disadvantage, but he was still calm. The source root of all energy is mine. I will dye the skies red with the blood of a sacred body of the ancients. The golden-winged little Pang's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. The great desolate halberd crushed the void. It was swung down, chopping down at Yi Fan. The 108,000 swords resonated. The main reason Yi Fan couldn't free his hands was because of the prung feather swords. With the 108,000 swords vibrating together, there would always be tens of thousands of sword lights piercing through. This was an inconceivable divine ability. The Tian Pung race was blessed by the heavens. As long as such a killing technique was used, even an army of thousands would have to die. It was an indiscriminate attack, much less killing a single person. He didn't summon the fleeting fire divine furnace. The black flames were limited, and he didn't want to waste them. This was because his opponent had reached the prung feather rebirth, and the great swords were indestructible. Bleed the sacred blood dry. The golden-winged little Pung shouted. The great desolate halberd came smashing down, causing the void to tremble. The power behind it was even more horrifying. Do you really think you can kill me? Yi Fan was truly enraged. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flashed with cold electricity. He punched out at the great desolate halberd. Of course I can kill you. Sacred blood is the taste that I long for. The golden-winged little Pung revealed his wild nature. His killing intent was thick. The great desolate halberd cut down, causing the heavens to tremble. Will you kill me, or will I slaughter the heavenly Pung? We will soon find out. Yi Fan shouted out. He picked up the furnace, no longer using it to protect himself. Bang! Yi Fan brought out the furnace. Mysterious yellow light filled the air. The furnace formed from all the source energy suddenly grew to 9 meters high. It was simple and imposing, suppressing the golden-winged little Peng. Without this furnace to protect you, I want to see just how you will block my 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Peng shouted out. He grasped the all-conquering great desolate halberd and smashed it down at the furnace. Dang! The furnace formed from all the source energy collided with the monster race's great desolate halberd, causing an earth-shaking collision. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept through the world like a tsunami, rushing out in all directions. Ah! In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. Many small monsters vomited blood and staggered back. Clang, clang, clang. The 108,000 swords hummed in unison. Tens of thousands of sword auras rushed out, piercing towards Yi Fan. The world trembled. Yi Fan wanted to hold back, but the golden-winged little Peng was so powerful that he could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. He had no choice but to show his trump card. He had to show what he had and suppress the opponent. He quickly made up his mind. There was still one secret among the 9 secrets that he had yet to reveal, but he decided to keep it. It was a great secret that he could not reveal at the moment. Everyone knew that he had the sacred body of the ancients, so they must have some understanding of the records and legends of this physique. It would be difficult to hold back in this aspect. Yi Fan let out a soft shout. His body trembled, and his body flickered. The shadow of a green lotus appeared beside him. The 108,000 swords were blocked by the 3-leaf green lotus, and all the sword auras were shattered. This is... The golden-winged little Peng's expression froze, but he immediately let out a long roar. Tens of thousands of sword auras crisscrossed and pierced forward. The sky was filled with divine light. The green lotus swayed and propped up a curtain of light. The sword auras attacked and hit the surface. It seemed like it could shatter at any time, but it could not penetrate. As expected, how can the sacred body of the ancients only have a tyrannical body? It is said that it can restrain strange phenomena. This is most likely one of the talents of the sacred body of the ancients. At that moment, Yi Fan moved. He did not want to be beaten passively. This green lotus was very mysterious, and he had yet to figure it out. In the companion sea of reincarnation, clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords slashed, and the green lotus swayed. The curtain of light was hazy, and it seemed like it could shatter at any time. However, it did not extinguish. Yi Fan rushed forward and attacked. The cauldron forged from the source energy of all things fell, and began to suppress the great desolate halberd. Clang! The 2 weapons collided, and the sound was deafening, spreading for dozens of miles. Mysterious yellow gas fell from the 9-meter-tall cauldron. It was as heavy as a mountain, constantly pressing down. The golden-winged little Peng held the great desolate halberd and chopped down at the cauldron. The ferocious might of the 2 weapons violently collided. The cauldron was like a divine mountain, and the great desolate halberd was like a demonic mountain. Brilliant sparks flew out, as if a comet had struck the earth. Endless turbulence surged out in all directions. Clang, 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 a needle against an on, a divine mountain against a demonic mountain. Yi Fan blocked the 108,000 great swords and concentrated on fighting the golden-winged little Peng that wielded the great desolate halberd. The 2 of them had similar mortal body strengths and each had heaven-shaking methods. After fighting for so long, victory and defeat would soon be decided. After several hundred exchanges and over 1,000 collisions, the golden-winged little Peng's complexion became ugly. He felt his arms go numb, and he couldn't hold on to the great desolate halberd any longer. The 9-meter-tall cauldron weighed more than 100,000 genes, and possessed the might of thunder. Every time it pressed down, his body would violently shake. The great desolate halberd could withstand it, but the golden-winged little Peng couldn't. His opponent's supernatural power grew endlessly, as if it would never dry up. This left him startled. Peng. At this moment, Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed the cauldron. He no longer used his divine sense to stimulate it, but directly smashed it down. Peng. Yi Fan grabbed the cauldron and smashed it down, sending the golden-winged little Peng flying away on the spot. After fighting for so long, both of them were exhausted. However, Yi Fan was stronger by a head. His supernatural power continued to flow. Peng. He grabbed the cauldron and pressed it down again, striking the great desolate halberd. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The golden-winged little Pung was sent flying away. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand this kind of crazy power. Yi Fan followed up. He grabbed the cauldron and struck again with the force of Mount Tai. The golden-winged little Pung spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flipped over and blood stained the sky. He could barely hold on to the great desolate halberd. The golden-winged little Pung who had hopes of walking on the road of the great emperor was actually defeated. The insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Pung will be suppressed. The sacred body of the ancients lives up to its legend. It is an invincible legend. Unfortunately, it can only advance to the Tao Palace mystic realm. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. They all had different feelings as they discussed in low voices. Beat that bird man to the ground. Isn't he arrogant? Break his bones. Tu Fei yelled. He felt like he had vented his anger. Set a fire. Roast a bird. That's my favorite. The big black dog yelled as well. Beside them, many demons revealed killing intent. This was their territory. No matter what the golden-winged little Pung did, he was still one of them. Moreover, he was a king with limitless potential who could suppress his peers. It was understandable that he couldn't defeat the sacred body of the ancients. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he could only advance to the Tao Palace mystic realm. It would be impossible for him to compete with the golden-winged little Pung in the future. As for this little king of the demons, no one would be able to stop him in the future. He would walk on the road of the great emperor. Pung. In the sky, the battle had reached its final stage. The two of them had fought fiercely for such a long time that they couldn't take it anymore. However, Yi Fan's divine power suddenly boiled. His body shone brightly. He held the cauldron and carried out the final suppression. Pung pung, after 9 consecutive strikes, he held the cauldron in his hand and smashed it down 9 times. With a final loud shout, the great desolate halberd was sent flying. The golden-winged little Peng's arms went numb. They drooped powerlessly and fell to the ground. Golden Pung blood dyed his body red. The Peng's body trembled from the impact. Golden-winged little Pung, are you convinced? Yi Fan rushed over and pressed down with the cauldron. His hair was a mess, and divine light bloomed in his eyes. His aura was unstoppable. Pung. The golden-winged little Pung was sent flying. He let out a shrill cry and turned into a golden Pung dozens of meters long, revealing his true form. Whoosh. Yi Fan used the footwork of Crazy Ol and rushed up in an instant. He stood on the true form of the Pung that seemed to be cast from gold. He held the cauldron in his left hand and punched with his right fist. Chapter 262. The great desolate halberd was pitch black, cold, and as heavy as a mountain. Even a cultivator of the 4 extreme mystic realms would find it difficult to hold it in their hands. At this moment, he fell from the sky and sank into a cliff, causing dust to rise up into the sky. Gotcha! Everyone was dumbfounded. The pitch-black great desolate halberd had smashed into the stone cliff, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. Boulders tumbled down with loud rumbling sounds. The legends are true. Even cultivators from the 4 extreme mystery realms might not be able to hold it in their hands. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Just how heavy is the great desolate halberd to be able to knock down a cliff several dozen meters high? Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that a cultivator had chopped down the cliff, but that the great desolate halberd had freely fallen down and crushed down the cliff. It was not a massive object, but a weapon held in one's hand. Everyone could not help but sigh in admiration at the Tian Pung race's strength. They were able to hold such a heavy object in their hands. The golden-winged little Pung King's true body was dozens of meters long. It was golden and dazzling. As it flapped its wings, a strong wind blew. At this moment, Yi Fan arrived on its back and attacked fiercely. The huge golden bird's body shook violently. Boom! The 9-meter-tall cauldron pressed down. Golden feathers fluttered in the air. Even the powerful little Pung King's true body could not withstand it. Its entire body flickered with golden light, shooting out tens of thousands of sword chi, wanting to cut down Yi Fan. But now it was already exhausted, and Yi Fan was protected by the cauldron and the green lotus at the same time, so it couldn't cut him down at all. I don't believe that I can't destroy your body. Yi Fan did not activate his spiritual sense. He only used the cauldron to attack, causing the heavenly rock true body to let out a long cry. Its feathers were like streaks of golden light, dancing chaotically in the air. Bang! Yi Fan held the cauldron and continuously struck the heavenly rock true body's back, attacking the same spot. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Golden-winged little Peng King spurted out a large mouthful of blood. 2 of the bones on his back were broken. "I'm going to kill you." The killing intent in his eyes was boundless. Golden light shone brilliantly. He transformed into a human form and struggled with all his might to break free from the entanglement. Boom! Yi Fan sat on his back and stuck to him. He raised his hand and smashed the cauldron on his head. Even someone as powerful as the little Peng King was struck dumb. He felt as if the world was spinning, and his ears were ringing. Boom! Yi Fan did not want the little Peng King to wake up. Another cauldron smashed down, causing the little Peng King to feel dizzy. Like a drunkard, the little Peng King tumbled in the air. However, he was a young expert in the end. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been unrivaled among those of the same cultivation level, and had never tasted defeat. His combat strength was shocking. "Ah!" He let out a loud cry. His golden hair danced as he tried to break free from Yi Fan. Sword chi surged into the sky as he resisted fiercely. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan continued to punch the little Peng's head, neck, and back. Golden Wing little Peng spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. In the distant sky, everyone was tongue-tied. The insufferably arrogant little Peng King was being ridden on by someone. This kind of scene was hard to imagine, but it happened right before their eyes. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan sat on the little Peng King's body and continuously threw punches. The little Peng King's hair was disheveled, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. Blood splashed everywhere. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. The dignified little Peng King was actually beaten up by someone and fell into such a state. Enough, it's time to end the battle. In the distant sky, a demonic cultivator said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, tell him to stop." Another person also spoke. They were both demonic cultivators that followed the little Peng King. Yes, let the battle end like this. Even the demonic cultivator beside Qingyi said the same. Yan Ryu nodded. At this point, there was no need to continue. Victory and defeat were almost decided. The little Peng King was the descendant of the Sky Peng race's king. If he really died here, it would be an extremely serious problem. Who said I lost? It's not over yet. The little Peng King shouted angrily. Golden light rushed into the sky from his entire body. He shook his body fiercely and sent Yi Fan flying. This is the Peng seizing dragon technique. Someone cried out in surprise. Isn't this kind of sacred killing technique only available in the 4 extreme secret realms and above? *T. Did this crazy birdman remove his seal? Does he want to kill Yi Fan shamelessly? Tu Fei was startled. Dragon seizing dragon technique, I see it again. *T. I'm so angry. The big black dog mumbled as if he had recalled something from the past. When the Peng seizing dragon technique turned into a picture, it was also called the dragon fighting picture. Boom! The golden divine flame burned around the little Peng King's body, and the dragon fighting picture appeared behind him. A golden divine bird, the rock, was entangled with a true dragon. They were clearly visible, releasing a supreme pressure that could shake people's souls. Everyone in the distant sky was frightened. Your Highness, please stop it. That crazy birdman removed his seal. He didn't keep his promise. Tu Fei shouted. Yan Ryu shook her head and said, his seal won't be removed within 2 hours. Cyane nodded and said, the little Peng King didn't remove his seal. Instead, he used a secret technique to activate the Peng seizing dragon technique. This kind of supreme secret technique is the most terrifying. It's the top secret of the rock race. It can be called a killing technique or a vision. The big black dog muttered to himself. The little Peng King was like a god, shining brightly. The dragon fighting picture appeared behind him, and a terrifying pressure rushed toward Yi Fan like a vast ocean. To think that I, the Golden Peng King, have never tasted defeat since I started my cultivation. Yet you beat me into such a sorry state. Even if you have the sacred body of the ancients, I will still kill you today. His expression was cold, and his hair was stained with blood. His eyes were terrifying. The little Pung King's body was golden, and the flames burned even brighter. Even his eyes turned golden as he threw a punch. The rock's roar shook the sky. Behind him, the golden rock was vivid and lifelike. It flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning, pouncing toward Yi Fan. Behind the rock was a true dragon. The terrifying aura and supreme pressure made people tremble uncontrollably, making them want to kneel. Damn, it really is the heavenly Pung fighting dragon picture. The big black dog gritted his teeth. Boom. Beside Yi Fan, the green lotus appeared and swayed, creating a screen of light that protected him inside. The golden rock spread its claws and swung its golden wings. The true dragon coiled its body, trying to crush Yi Fan. However, something shocking happened. The rock and the true dragon suddenly disappeared when they were a few meters away from Yi Fan. They disappeared without a trace. The little Pung King's body shook violently, and the dragon fighting picture reappeared behind him. The rock's body and the true dragon faced each other. They were vivid and lifelike, and their pressure was terrifying. What happened? What happened just now? Why did the dragon fighting picture fly out, disappear all of a sudden, and return behind the little Pung King? The sacred body of the ancients can resist visions, and the dragon fighting picture can also be called a vision. It was suppressed. How is this possible? The dragon fighting picture was invincible in the ancient times, and it was very difficult to suppress it. Everyone was shocked. This was a confrontation between the extreme constitutions of two great races. Yi Fan was very calm and said, "Your vision is ineffective against me." The dragon fighting picture is both a vision and a killing technique. The little Pung King gritted his teeth and activated his divine power. The dragon fighting picture became even more terrifying, and the rock and the true dragon seemed to have really descended into the world. Then the rock disappeared into his right hand, and the true dragon disappeared into his left. One could vaguely see a rock and a dragon coiled around his hands. The vision has disappeared. This is the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique. The little Pung King shouted and charged forward with his bare hands. Boom. The rock and the true dragon were faintly discernible in the hands of the little Pung King. It was as if they could shatter a mountain, and they slammed toward Yi Fan. The aura of the rock and the true dragon was terrifying. Crack. Below, a mountain was hit, and the plants on it were all turned into ashes. Rocks flew into the sky, and the peak of the mountain was almost crushed. Bang! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to resist. His golden fists hit the rock and the dragon. The energy waves between the two were so strong that they were blown away. In the sky far away, everyone was frightened. If they were hit by such a supreme secret technique, they would be turned into ashes for sure. Swoosh! Yi Fan flew back. His expression was calm. A large golden hand slapped out, striking forward. Pa! The little Pung King was slapped away, and he couldn't use the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique. What's going on? That birdman's terrifying aura made people shudder. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Tu Fei was bewildered. Yes, I understand. The supreme rock-seizing dragon technique can only be used in the 4 extreme secret realms. It's good enough that he could use it once, Cyane said. His first attack couldn't do anything to the sacred body of the ancients, so he can't use it a second time. His divine power is exhausted. Yenryu nodded. If he used the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique in the 4 extreme secret realms, how terrifying would it be? Tu Fei was frightened. Yi Fan dashed past and hit the little Pung King's face with his golden fists, sending the latter flying backward while coughing out blood. In an instant, Yi Fan caught up with him and hit the little Pung King's body with a series of heavy punches. I want to see how many punches it takes to break your bones. Yi Fan swung his golden fists and hit the same spot. After 9 consecutive punches, the little Pung King's sternum made a cracking sound. It was finally broken. He didn't stop there and continued to hit other parts of the body. Soon, he found that the bones of the little Pung King would break after 7 to 9 punches. So that's how it is. Yi Fan was very surprised. He found out that the little Pung King not only had an extremely strong physique, but he also had the rock resurrection technique. It was this kind of innate divine technique that made the little Pung King's resistance so strong that it was a complete mess. The little Pung King roared. The murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Even under such circumstances, he still fought back. Bang! Yi Fan's cauldron hit the little Pung King's head and knocked him out completely. At this point, even though the little Pung King was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. His divine power was exhausted and he passed out. Pow! Yi Fan kept hitting hard to explore the mysteries of the rock race's body. In just a moment, he had thrown more than 100 punches and found out which parts were the toughest and which were the weakest. Kacha kacha! All of this happened in an instant. The sound of bones breaking was so loud that it was too late for the crowd to stop it. Stop! A monster shouted. The little Pung King had the hope of becoming a great emperor. If he was crippled by the sacred body of the ancients, it would be an immeasurable loss. The battle is over. Stop now. Even Cyan Yi said. He didn't want to cause chaos. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan threw more than 300 punches. More than 40 bones in the little Pung King's body were broken. Even his jaw was broken. He knew that he couldn't kill the little Pung King. Otherwise it would be a disaster and the monsters would not let it go. Therefore he didn't kill. He was very careful with his attacks and only wanted to find out more about the rock's bones. When the crowd rushed over, the little Pung King's 50th bone was broken. The powerful body was almost smashed to pieces. Why didn't you stop just now? A monster cultivator asked. Little Pung King, are you okay? Someone shook his body. It's okay. His life is not in danger. Yin Ruyu was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Her white clothes fluttered as she looked at the crowd, calming them down. The little Pung King was defeated. The sacred body of the ancients is daunting. It's a pity that he can only go in the Holy Palace secret realm, and can never regain his former glory. Many people present shook their heads. Everyone looked at Yi Fan strangely. After all, there were rumors that the little Pung King had a chance to walk on the path of a monster emperor. But such a young monarch of the monster race had been defeated by someone of the same cultivation realm as him. His physical body was almost in tatters. If Yi Fan could enter the 4-level secret realm, it would be equivalent to defeating the little Pung King in the Great Emperor qualification battle. It's a pity that he can never enter the 4-level secret realm. Someone sighed. Although the little Pung King lost to the sacred body of the ancients at the same level, his path to the emperor is unimpeded. This battle might be a good thing for him. Although the sacred body of the ancients lives up to the legend and continues to write the legend of invincibility, it's a pity that he has reached the end and there is no way forward. Chapter 263. Yi Fan didn't mind their words. His joints cracked, and his body glowed with precious light. He had recovered his energy after fighting with the little Eagle King. He was exhausted. Not long after, his eyes sparkled. His body was spotless, and his divine power surged. He had completely recovered. The little Eagle King was exhausted, but Many people were frightened. They were astounded. Yi Fan walked to the side. Tu Fei and the big black dog were talking about something. The Great Desolate Halberd is a demon weapon forged by a giant of the monster clan. It's a rare treasure. Even though it's sealed, it still has such power. Go and pick it up. The big black dog was urging Tu Fei. Why don't you go and pick it up? Tu Fei squinted at him. The Great Desolate Halberd was the weapon of the king of the Skyrock race. It was passed down to the little Eagle King. It was buried under the cliff, so no one dared to steal it. Only the big black dog had bad thoughts. He urged Tu Fei to steal it. I have the scripture of void. Go and get it without anyone knowing. Then, I'll teach you the supreme secret technique. The big black dog said seriously. Damn it. You damn dog, you're too evil. Even if you want to harm me, you can't be so obvious. Tu Fei was enraged. Why would I lie to you? I'll give you some benefits first. I'll recite a part of the scripture of void for you. Listen carefully. The big black dog recited the part of Yi Fan's scripture of void with a solemn face. Don't listen to him. This damn dog is the most dishonest one. He always wants to get something for nothing. Yi Fan walked over. Kid, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you say to close the door and release the dog? The big black dog bared his teeth. Behave yourself. Don't make trouble. Yi Fan sent him a message secretly. Don't forget why you came here. Boom. Suddenly, a demonic energy shot up into the sky. Golden light dazzled the eyes. The little eagle king woke up. With a long cry, he turned into the true form of a golden bird that was dozens of meters long. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. Brother Peng, don't be agitated. Your body has been injured and you need to rest. Qingyi transmitted sound, fearing that he would explode with rage and do something extreme. This crazy birdman. How could his body be so strong? He can still fly even though he has so many broken bones. Tu Fei was startled, looking at the sky. At this moment, the seal on the little Peng King had been removed. As a cultivator of the 4 ultimate secret realms, the aura he emitted was terrifying. His injuries were indeed severe. His body swayed and he almost fell down. The Peng figure flickered, and he turned into human form. His face was gloomy as he swept his eyes over the land below. Little Peng King, how do you feel? Hurry up and find a place to recuperate and heal your wounds, one of the Yao cultivators advised. Golden-winged little Peng King had a robust body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared coldly at Yi Fan. Then, with a wave of his hand, the great desolate halberd that had fallen to the bottom of the cliff turned into a beam of dark light that shot into the skies, returning to his hand. Many people felt their hearts tighten. Cyandi asked, Golden-winged little Peng King, what are you doing? The golden-winged little Peng King didn't say anything. He glanced at Yi Fan and then turned into a beam of golden light that shot into the horizon, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, a small monster came to report that the golden-winged little Peng King had left this space. The great battle had finally come to an end. The monster cultivators gradually dispersed. Yi Fan and Tu Fei returned to Cyan-Yi's mansion. Although you defeated the golden-winged little Peng King, you shouldn't stay here for too long. There must be many people coveting your furnace, Tu Fei said in a low voice. Yi Fan was well aware that after the matter with the golden-winged little Peng King, others might not come here openly, but staying here for too long would be dangerous. I know. He nodded. He had to solve Pang Bo's matter in the shortest time possible. Not long after, Yen Ryu appeared in Cyan-Yi's mansion. She also hinted to Yi Fan that he shouldn't stay here for too long. Princess Yen, I believe you must be able to guess the reason why I've come here. Yi Fan was so serious. I only have one request. I want to see Pang Bo. It's been so many years since we parted. I haven't seen him yet. I'm afraid it's not possible. He can't get out of his seclusion for 3 months. We can't disturb him now. Yen Ryu shook her head. Yi Fan was startled. Time was tight. After 3 months, the real Pang Bo would not be in this world anymore. You mean, the one in the Immortal Hall? Cyan-Yi was surprised. Yen Ryu nodded and didn't say more. The Immortal Hall? Is it the ancient hall that the Blue Flood Dragon King got? Tu Fei was surprised. It seemed the people here didn't want to talk about this topic. They just nodded, but no one explained in detail. Little brother Yi, if you want to stay here, you can come to my mansion, said Yen Ryu. She used her white hand to comb her long hair. Her delicate face was flawless. Yi Fan understood that she meant well. She was afraid that he would be schemed against, and that the source root of all beings would be stolen. Thus she invited him there. I can't ask for more. Thank you, Fairy Yen, for your kindness. Tu Fei agreed on her behalf. Then, I will have to trouble Princess Yen. Yi Fan nodded. The big black dog was quiet, but a light flashed in his eyes. He came here for the ancient scriptures. Entering the mansion of the Monster King's descendant was exactly what he wanted. The small worlds created by the ancient sages were all different. Some were lifeless, while others were full of vitality. The small ones were dozens of feet wide, while the big ones were hundreds of miles wide. The small world that the Blue Flood Dragon King found was more than 200 miles wide. It was vast. After he entered, many members of the monster clan gathered here. In fact, after the monster clan transformed into humans, they weren't much different from humans. Even their living habits were similar. There was a monster city in this small world. It wasn't big, but it was bustling. People sold spiritual medicines, precious chi source, and traded materials for weapons. Yen Ryu's cave residence had a beautiful scenery. It was situated in a beautiful mountain range around a dozen miles away from the monster city. The silver waterfalls were like a chain, and the grass and trees were luxuriant. Each mountain peak had a palace and many empty buildings. It wasn't a problem to arrange a place for them to stay. They had special small monsters to take care of them. Yifan chose a quiet place. The pine forest on this mountain peak was like a painting. The palace was hidden in the middle of the forest. Spring water was murmuring. They walked around and landed at the foot of the mountain. What kind of place is the Immortal Palace? When no one was around, Yifan asked Tu Fei. It's an ancient palace left by the ancient sages. The blue flood dragon king got it. Cultivating there can slow down the aging of one's lifespan. It has the magical effect of immortality. Really? Yifan was surprised. At the same time, his heart shuddered. Didn't this property provide the other existence in Pangbo's body with the hope of surviving? The Immortal Palace is mysterious indeed. The Blue Flood Dragon King has been trying to understand the complicated patterns on it to obtain the secret of immortality. This is a priceless treasure. The big black dog's eyes brightened. Carve the patterns on it. It will be useful in the future. Go away. Tu Dezue was still worried about being bitten by a dog. Damn kid, you better respect me. In the future you'll have to beg me. The big black dog said with a dark face. Yifan quickly interrupted them. Otherwise, a fight between a man and a dog would ensue. Where is the Immortal Palace? Can you take me to see it? Tu Fei was startled. Little Yi, what do you want to do? Don't try anything funny. That's the Blue Flood Dragon King's treasure. You'll cause a big disaster. Don't worry. I won't mess around. Yifan smiled. Tu Fei was worthy of his big mouth. He couldn't control his mouth and told Shi Yan about the Immortal Palace. He pointed at the sky and said, "Do you see those clouds? The Immortal Palace is floating above them." The Immortal Palace. Yifan was surprised. It won't sink. It's very mysterious. It's the palace left by the ancient sages. Tu Dezue couldn't hide anything. Yifan understood the details. He rubbed his chin and didn't say anything else. Little Yi, don't mess around. Tu Fei warned him. Although this world was a space opened up by the ancient sages, there was still day and night. After a pearl of fire that had been artificially refined into a flame sunk, it became night. Late at night, Yifan and the big black dog quietly gathered together. They then flew to the sky and watched the ancient palace floating above the clouds. This was a very ancient palace. It was a little dilapidated. Around it, many meteorites quietly floated. It was very strange. Did you see anything? Yifan asked in a low voice. It's not good. I don't know what's inside the ancient palace, but there are 18 layers of restrictions outside, and they are covered with dense Dao patterns. Yifan frowned. This was not good news. The big black dog continued. Look at those clouds. The floating meteorites are very strange. They are carved with very powerful Dao patterns. Only powerful warriors can break them. So we can't get in? Who am I? There are no Dao patterns that I can't break. The big black dog said proudly. You are bragging. I wonder who was trapped in the broken cloud mountain for 18 years, and almost became black soil. When the large black dog heard this, a resentful expression instantly appeared on his face, and he said, Don't mention those old and useless things. Can you really break these 18 layers of restrictions? Yifan didn't believe him. After the experience at the Jade Lake, he felt the big black dog was not reliable. I've seen these restrictions before. I know how to break them. The only problem is that I need some materials. What materials do you need? What plan do you have? Yifan asked. I need some precious materials to carve some Dao patterns and break the restrictions here. The big black dog listed a long list of materials. That's difficult. Where can we find them? If you don't have materials, it's fine if you have enough source. How many source? At least a few cubic meters, the big black dog said indifferently. 1 cubic meter is 3,300 kilograms. A few cubic meters. You make it sound easy. Don't you have 2 cubic meters? It should be enough if you use them sparingly. Stupid dog, after all this, you want the source on me. In such an important place, they didn't dare to act rashly. Without full confidence, they wouldn't enter the old palace. In the dead of night, when Yi Fan returned to his room, he sensed someone in the room. Who is it? A bell-like laughter traveled over, and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was a woman. The candlelight flickered, and a familiar figure walked over gracefully. Her long dress trailed on the ground, and a pair of slender legs could be faintly seen. Her waist was round and slender, and her arms were half-naked, pink and translucent. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a charming face. She was very enchanting, with curves that could be described as devilish. She had the face of an angel, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows that shone with a divine glow. It's you. Yi Fan recognized her at first glance. She was the seductive Qin Yao. Qin Yao smiled lightly, and her eyes moved alluringly. She said, "Why aren't you in your room so late at night? Where did you go?" "I went for a walk in the pine forest." "Lies. Little guy, you came here with evil intentions." Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, "I came to fulfill my promise. I came for a massacre." "What do you know, little brat?" Qin Yao was a real seductress. She rolled her eyes at him, and she was very charming. Chapter 264. Can I take it as you encouraging me to put it into action? Yi Fan said with a smile, his eyes slightly aggressive. Outside the window, ancient pines stood tall, and clear springs flowed. It was very tranquil. Candlelight flickered in the room, and Qin Yao sat on a rattan chair. Her silk dress outlined her alluring curves. Her eyes were like water, and she said, "Don't change the subject. Where did you go just now? You don't even trust your old lover, and you doubt me like this. It really hurts me." Yi Fan pulled a rattan chair over and sat beside her. "You're just a little brat, old lover." Qin Yao laughed softly. Her white arms were half naked, and her skin was sparkling. She combed her hair and said, "How did you come to the North region?" "The people from the Yaoguang Holy Land kindly sent me here. I searched for your whereabouts non-stop, and finally found the Blue Flood Dragon King's secluded residence." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him and said, "You haven't grown up, but your mouth has become slippery. You have to have confidence in your own charm." Yi Fan stretched lazily on the rattan chair, and said, "It's late. Let's go rest." Qin Yao smiled, and her sexy red lips shone with a seductive luster. She reached out a jade-like hand to pinch Yi Fan's cheek, and said, "Little brat, don't change the subject with such a glib tongue." Yi Fan grabbed that smooth jade-like hand, and pulled her in front of him. He said, "You don't believe me even when I'm telling the truth? My eyes are blinded." At this moment, the large black dog opened the bead curtain, and just happened to walk in. Seeing this scene, he mumbled, "I didn't see anything. You guys continue." After saying this, he raised his bald tail, and swaggered out. "Pa!" Qin Yao slapped away Yi Fan's hand, turned around lightly, and sat back on the rattan chair, laughing nonstop. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by this damn dog. This guy is taking revenge on me. Yi Fan shook his head, and said angrily, "Good your head." Qin Yao yawned delicately and said, "You really made a name for yourself today. You even broke dozens of bones of the arrogant little Peng King. You really dared to do it." "Why not? If I didn't go all out, I would have been the one dead," Yi Fan said indifferently, and took a sip of the tea on the table. The little Peng King is such a character that he has never been defeated since he started. Yet, he was suppressed by the sacred body of the sacred body of the sacred body. Your name must be spread, and be known by many. At this point, Qin Yao shook her head slightly and said, "It's a shame that you have the sacred body of the ancients. You can only go further in the holy palace. Otherwise, your future would be limitless. Nothing is absolute. Who knows, I might be able to break the curse and enter the 4 extreme mystic realms," Yi Fan casually said. "You should be more realistic. Even the families of the clan of the ancients can't afford to raise a sacred body. You don't have any background and you're cultivating alone. You know a lot about the sacred body of the ancients. Can you tell me more?" Yi Fan asked. Qin Yao's black hair was loose, covering half of her snow-white neck. Her pretty face was pink, and she said, "I don't know much about this type of body, but I've seen another sacred body of the ancients. I'm not sure if it would be of help to you." "What?" When Yi Fan heard this, he jumped up. He was extremely shocked. It's just a corpse. Qin Yao's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her waist twisted like a water snake, and she yawned and said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to bed now." Goddess Qin Yao, you can't just say half of it. Where is the corpse of the sacred body of the ancients? Qin Yao stood up and stretched lazily. She yawned and said, "Right here in this little world." Chapter 265. The fact that there was the remains of a sacred body of the ancients in this small world deeply surprised Yi Fan, which made him think of many things. He said, "Take me there." "Come on, it's the middle of the night. Why are we going to see a corpse? Even if you don't find it weird, I find it depressing." Qin Yao twisted her slender waist as she walked out of the room. She was like a snake bell. She looked extremely alluring. "When can you take me there?" Yi Fan gradually calmed down. "That corpse is not something you can see just because you want to. Unless Princess Yin goes with you, you won't be able to see it." Qin Yao stopped. "Why?" Yi Fan asked. Qin Yao's hair was loose, her skin was pink, and her expression was delicate. She glanced at him and said, "The corpse of the sacred body of the ancients is rare in this world in terms of toughness. It can be refined into a great weapon, and is very precious. Now that it's in the treasury, ordinary people will naturally not be able to see it. Moreover, the sacred body of the ancients has many secrets." This, refining the sacred body of the ancients into a weapon. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Are you afraid now? You'd better be careful. Although you're only in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, judging from your performance during the day, your body is already strong enough. It's even tougher than a divine weapon, making it an excellent material for crafting." Damn it! Yi Fan could not help but curse. He thought of the problems he might face in the future, where even his body might be coveted by others. Qin Yao teased, "That's why I said you're still worth a lot of money now. If you really can't do it, you can sell your body. I'm sure someone will be willing to pay a high price for it." "Why would I sell my body? If you want it, I'll take a little loss and marry you," Yi Fan teased. "Can you let me craft something?" Qin Yao retorted, "You're too ruthless. Otherwise, what use would I have for it?" Yi Fan put on a straight face and asked, "Where was this sacred body found?" "I found it in this small world. When you have time, I can ask the princess to take you there." Qin Yao yawned and covered her mouth with her hand. "All right, I'm going to sleep. I have space here. The bed is big enough." Yi Fan crossed his arms and smiled. "Go to hell, little brat." Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Twisting her beautiful body, she gracefully left. Early in the morning, a ball of fire slowly rose from the east, sprinkling down the morning glow. Yi Fan couldn't find Qin Yao. He called Tu Fei and asked him to go to Monster City. "I say, little Yi, why are you running around for no reason? You are a piece of fat meat now. Aren't you afraid that some old demon will be thinking about you?" "I want to collect some refining materials and forge my own weapon," Yi Fan replied. Tu Fei rolled his eyes. "Don't you have a cauldron? Why do you need to forge weapons? Many people are jealous now. Do you think I can take it out and use it so casually? You don't need to be in such a hurry, right?" Tu Fei was suspicious. "Take me there quickly. I also want to see what Monster City looks like." Yi Fan called the big black dog. This time, he was going to collect materials to break the immortal hall. Monster City wasn't big, but it was bustling. When the sun rose high in the sky, Yi Fan and the others entered the city. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Most of them sold spiritual medicines and weapons. There were many monster cultivators around. In the city, there were many strange people. For example, some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their ribs, and some had tails. Many monster cultivators kept some of their race's characteristics and didn't transform into human shapes. Three-legged golden toad. The big black dog stared at a monster cultivator not far from them and mumbled, "Its blood is good for refining medicine." "Damn it, don't think about it. This is Monster City. Your words will cause public anger," Tu Fei scolded. "Who do you think I am? Why would I want it? I just said it casually. Speaking of which, if it's used to refine medicine, Sky Rock's blood is better. Don't be cocky. Behave yourself, Yi Fan warned. What materials do you want? Tu Fei asked. Starstone, dark ice jade, divine blood soil. Yi Fan listed a long list of names. They were all provided by the big black dog. I say, little Yi, what materials are these? They are all rare and strange. It's not easy to find them. Tu Fei shook his head. They aren't top-grade materials. I should be able to find them in Monster City, Yi Fan said. They walked along the street and asked one shop after another. In the end, they only found a dozen materials. However, the big black dog listed 36 materials. The difference was huge. This is the Blue Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. Monster City can't even find these materials. Yi Fan didn't understand. The key is that the materials you listed are too rare. They are not used normally. Of course, it's hard to find them. Speaking of this, Tu Fei seemed to remember something. He said, "Oh right, there is a place in the city that we haven't visited yet. It's a free trading area. There are many rare and strange things there." Okay, let's go there. This free trading area was in the northern part of Monster City. There were many people here. It was similar to a human market. Many people came here to look for treasures. There were many stalls selling all kinds of rare and strange materials. This is a scam. They just dug up an old tree root, and they dare to sell it as dragon bloodwood. Yi Fan was speechless. In the stall in front of them, there was a red sandalwood table with an old tree root. The stall owner boasted shamelessly, saying that it was the rare dragon bloodwood root. Those who are willing to take the beating are willing to take the beating. That's the rule here. Sometimes there are really some good things. That's why many people come here to look for treasures, Tu Fei explained. They came to another stall. There was a rag on the ground with 3 fist-sized stones on it. They were as red as blood and were polished until they were translucent. They looked really good. Aren't those red pebbles picked up from the river? He dares to sell them as chalcedony. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. No, buy them. The big black dog said hurriedly. Yi Fan was moved. He asked the seller, "How much are these 3 stones?" "1 for 5 kilograms of source stone." This monster clan cultivator first looked at their clothes and then quoted a price. Obviously, he was judging by the person. "Why don't you rob someone? These 3 broken stones are obviously a scam." Tu Fei stopped Yi Fan and said, "These are stones from the river. Don't buy them." The big black dog was anxious. He bit Tu Fei's calf, almost making Tu Fei stagger. "Damn it. Damn dog, you bit me again." Tu Fei was enraged. A fight between a man and a dog was about to start. Yi Fan hurried to stop him. "I want these 3 stones." Right at this moment, Qin Yao appeared with a fragrant wind. She squatted down and grabbed a red stone. The big black dog let go of Tu Fei and jumped over. Qin Yao was startled, quickly retreating. The big black dog put the remaining red stone under his paw. "I like that one." The big black dog bared his teeth at Qin Yao. "You like it, but you didn't buy it." Qin Yao chuckled. She threw 2 source stones to the stall owner and said, "I'll buy it." Yi Fan knew that this stone wasn't an ordinary item. He also threw 5 kilograms of source stones to the stall owner. "Aren't these just pebbles from the river?" Tu Fei didn't understand. "What do you know? These are monster bloodstones." The big black dog was angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of light, putting the red stone away. "What? Monster bloodstones? I'm not selling them." The stall owner wanted to back out, but Qin Yao and the big black dog quickly put them away. Legend had it that the monster bloodstones were formed from the blood essence of ancient monsters after they died. This kind of thing wasn't really rare. After all, many years had passed, and the blood essence was almost gone. However, it had some special effects. It could be used to refine one's own demon blood and refine one's bones. The big black dog's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Now that they were in the territory of the demon clan, he knew the severity of the situation, so he didn't do anything to Qin Yao. "Little girl, your cultivation level isn't high enough. You're still far from being able to undergo blood transfusion and rebirth. Why don't you trade with me?" the big black dog said. Qin Yao let out a bell-like laugh and said, "This kind of thing can only be found by chance. I can't use it now, but I can save it for later. The big black dog became even more depressed. The stall owner beside him was also full of regret. Why are you here? Yi Fan asked. I often come here to look for treasures. Why are you running around? Qin Yao asked. I want to buy some crafting materials. I've already asked the princess. She said that she can let you see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. Qin Yao said with a smile. What? The sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered? The big black dog's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it can definitely be used to craft an ultimate weapon. Yi Fan wanted to punch him. Brat, don't glare at me. I don't want a sacred body of a holy palace secret realm like you. I won't do anything to you, the big black dog muttered softly. I'll go with you to visit Princess Yen later. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude to Qin Yao. After wandering around the free market for more than an hour, Yi Fan had collected more than a dozen materials. He was only missing 8. You can come back in a few days. Maybe you'll find something else, Tu-Fei said. Yi Fan nodded. He was already very satisfied. He had found 28 materials in such a short time in the Demon City, which was beyond his expectations. If he really could not gather all of them, he could use the source to make up for it. At most, he would just squander it. He had to save Pangbo no matter what. We'll move tonight. Let's go see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients now. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the big black dog, asking him to think about how to inscribe Dao patterns on the materials. Don't worry. I'll be done in an hour. Yi Fan was relieved to hear the big black dog's reply. He then went to visit Yen Ruyu in a relaxed mood. Yen Ruyu's residence was filled with spiritual qi like a dragon, surrounded by auspicious lights. She was flawless, like the most exquisite masterpiece of heaven. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The remains of the sacred body of the ancients are in the Green Drake King's treasure vault. Although I can take you in to see it, you can't stay too long. Thank you very much. Yi Fan thanked her. It was obvious that Yen Ryu had a high status here. She was even allowed to enter the Green Drake King's treasure vault. The ancient sages opened up this small world and left behind some ruins. The Green Drake King's cave was built in these ruins. It was a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. There were jade palaces on the peak, as if they had arrived at the celestial court. Apart from Yen Ryu and Yi Fan, Qin Yao, Tu-Fei, and the big black dog also followed them. Yen Ryu stopped in front of a huge palace. This was a forbidden area, and trespassers would be killed without mercy. There were some old demons personally guarding this place, and even Yen Ryu was very polite to them. A few of the old demons were obviously nearing the end of their lifespans. They were so old that they were unrecognizable. Their wrinkles were so thick that even their eyes were sealed. Their snow-white eyebrows were half a foot long, and their heads were completely bald. Some of them were sweeping the floor, some were planting flowers, and some were playing chess. They worked slowly in the courtyard like ordinary old people. However, no one dared to look down on them. These old demons were all the old subordinates of the Green Drake King. Even though their lifespans were nearing the end of their lifespans, their strength was shocking. If they were angered, they could sweep through an entire region. The old demons looked deeply at Yi Fan, and then did not say anything. They opened the thick white jade door. In an instant, spiritual qi rushed out like a tide. The inside was shining brilliantly, so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. When they walked in, the white jade door that was more than a meter thick instantly closed with a rumble. However, the inside of the treasure vault was not dark, and it was as bright as day. Motherf *Ker, it's all treasures. The big black dog wanted to jump into the pile of treasures, but he still resisted the urge. The treasure vault was very large, and there were a total of 9 palaces. Brilliant light shone, and there were precious treasures everywhere, making one feel as if they were in a dream. The golden holy sword had thousands of streaks of sword qi. It was golden and dazzling, and it hung in the air by itself. Its killing intent was boundless, and it was dazzling. The crimson blood demonic spear was like a curtain of blood, beautiful and sharp. It was fixed in midair, and divine power flowed around it, making one unable to look at it directly. The purple copper divine bell shone with divine light, and purple qi curled around it. It hung there, and the sound of the bell was long and melodious, shaking on its own. It was like the heavenly sound of a desolate era that tore through time and space from ancient times. The coiling dragon-treasured cauldron was simple and unadorned, suppressing the void. True dragons coiled around its surface, and the patterns on it were profound and unfathomable. It was filled with a mysterious power. The precious treasures of the sex and the weapons were all rare treasures. It was a feast for one's eyes, and they were deeply shocked. These are all precious treasures. The Green Drake King is too rich, and he really deserves to be robbed. The big black dog muttered softly, speaking his innermost thoughts. Yi Fan glared at him fiercely. This damn dog was too greedy, and it wanted to snatch treasures wherever it went. Tu Fei was also tongue-tied, and he said, "So many treasures, and the 9 palaces are all piled up. How much is this worth?" Apart from the weapons, there were also many precious materials that shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. "Isn't that blood dragon wood? This is definitely real. It's not the tree root that you see in the street stalls." The big black dog licked his lips. In front of them, a blood-red light shone, and a withered tree that looked like a true dragon appeared. It was crimson and sparkled, and it had the shape of a dragon. "There's a divine phoenix herb sealed in that jade disc. It's priceless," Tu Fei exclaimed in surprise. In the white jade disc, the divine phoenix herb was incomparably beautiful. Multicolored light shot out, and it vaguely formed the shape of a phoenix. "What orb is this?" Yi Fan saw a massive orb that was as big as a human head. There were tens of thousands of auspicious lights curling around it, and it hovered in the air, bobbing up and down. "This is a flood dragon orb, a rare treasure." The big black dog's heart itched uncomfortably, and he really wanted to pounce over and swallow it. Refined copper essence, 5-colored ancient vines, star meteoric iron. All kinds of materials shone brightly. The treasure trove had everything, and it made people want to grab them all. There were countless rare treasures, and it was a treasure trove that lived up to its name. The collection of a powerful figure of the demon clan was truly dazzling and shocking. Soon, Yi Fan was attracted by a mysterious aura, and he couldn't help but walk toward the deepest part of the treasure trove. The treasures around him suddenly dimmed, and only that aura deeply tugged at his heart. He stepped into the 9th level of the treasure palace, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. There were even more treasures here, and they were piled up into a small mountain, dazzling and dazzling. At the very center, there was a cold corpse that sat cross-legged and motionless. Although its flesh and blood had dried up, it hadn't decayed, and it was tightly attached to its bones. The body is actually indestructible. The big black dog and Tu Fei were both astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was like a clay sculpture, unmoving and fixed on the spot. Chapter 266. The long and melodious bronze bell, the floating ancient cauldron, the dazzling gold pagoda, and the magnificent 9th palace were all splendid. Many kinds of rare treasures were sparkling. At first glance, one could tell they weren't ordinary items. Many of them were weapons that the big shots had refined personally. They were radiating with terrifying energy fluctuations. However, none of these could attract Yi Fan's attention. In his eyes, there was only the dry corpse. There was an unknown attraction between the two of them. He seemed to see another version of himself. His blood had dried up, and he was sitting in meditation. Eventually, he had become an icy corpse, sitting cross-legged. It was a strange illusion created by touching the same kind. It gave him a strange feeling. His soul seemed to travel back to the ancient time, entering the corpse and feeling some kind of emotion. After a long time, Yi Fan woke up from his dream. He walked forward step by step. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the corpse was still intact. It sat cross-legged in the middle of the treasures. Although there was no divine halo around it, it was more attractive than all the other treasures. The dried flesh and strong bones had an immortal power that seemed to travel through time and space to reach him. When this man sat cross-legged, he didn't look old. He looked like a middle-aged man. Even his hair was black and thick, draping over his dry body. The corpse's back was straight like a real dragon flying in the sky. It gave people an immortal feeling. The head didn't lower but looked straight ahead. Boom. When Yi Fan got closer, when he was less than 10 feet away from the corpse, The desolate ancient corpse trembled, and the light from the surrounding treasures dimmed. The people behind him were frightened. They retreated with disbelief. Only Yi Fan stood there without moving. He didn't feel any danger. What's going on? Little Yezi, don't go there, said Tu Fei. It's okay. Yi Fan walked to the sacred body of the ancients and studied it quietly. Boom. The withered remains of the divine body shook once again, and some of the treasures in the surroundings actually shattered. This ice-cold corpse was like an immortal divine statue. Why is it like that? Is he still alive? Tu Fei felt his hair rising. Yen Ruyu shook her head and said, It's impossible for it to be alive. No one in this world can live for so long. The Green Flood Dragon King speculated that this skeleton has existed for at least several tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes flickered, and he said, This isn't the sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered. Otherwise, all those treasures just now would have been reduced to dust with a single tremor. Bang! The sacred body's remains shuddered again. With a flash of green light, a green lotus appeared by Yi Fan's side. It only had 3 leaves, and it seemed to be in harmony with the saying, Tao begets one, and 3 begets all things. Whoosh! The green lotus moved and disappeared in an instant, disappearing into the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. Holy **T. Is he going to come back to life? Little Yi, are you okay? Tu Fei screamed. Yen Ruyu and Qin Yao's expressions changed as well. Could this ice-cold corpse really be alive? How was this possible? No one in this world could live for tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment, and his bald tail stood up on end. I'm fine. Don't come any closer. Yi Fan was also shocked. The green lotus that accompanied his sea of reincarnation actually rushed into the corpse. At that moment, he sensed a solidified sea of reincarnation. It was a desolate place, and his green lotus bloomed with a green light inside. It was also a golden sea of bitterness, but it was almost dried up. The remaining bit of gold had also become cold and hard. It was not a sea, but more like yellow earth. This remains really is an indestructible body. He was shocked. Not only did it look indestructible on the outside, but it also looked like the inside of the body. It was just that it had shriveled and lost its life, turning into a withered body. Whoosh! Part of Yi Fan's mind seemed to have left his body and entered the green lotus, sinking into the corpse. It was as if his soul had left his body. How did this happen? I'm inside his body. Yi Fan did not know why this was happening, and it shocked him quite a bit. Since ancient times, people did not know what would happen when 2 saint physiques met. This was because this kind of physique was too rare. After a long period of time, the understanding of it was even more limited. It was very difficult to imagine that this kind of strange situation would happen when Yi Fan met with a saint physique's corpse. In the dried-up sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed, sprinkling out specks of green splendor, spreading out a wisp of vitality. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt as if he could activate this physical body. The aura of vitality spread out in the desolate sea of reincarnation, and the dried-up golden sea seemed to have a wisp of vitality. Of course, this was all caused by the green lotus. There was actually a ripple in the golden sea, and a bit of divine power spread out. This human body's secret realm was no longer dark, and it became bright. What's going on? Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he did not stop all this from happening. He quietly watched the changes. At the same time, the sea of bitterness in Yi Fan's main body shone brightly. The golden sea surged, lightning interweaved, and vitality surged. Shi Yan could feel the changes in his body clearly. He didn't lose the connection with his body. His mind seemed to be divided into 2 parts, and he was in 2 different bodies. The green lotus sent his divine power into the corpse. The dried sea of reincarnation's vitality became more abundant, as if it was about to be revived. Eventually, the sea of reincarnation of the Saint Physique's corpse rippled with gold waves. Yi Fan was truly shocked. A corpse that was already cold. The divine body that had been extinct for who knew how many years actually had this type of transformation. It left him feeling that this was inconceivable. How could it be? He's dead. How could I activate the sea of gold? At this moment, some people not far from them were also astounded. At this moment, they saw the dried body sitting cross-legged in the treasury radiate with dazzling light. The Saint Physique's corpse was like a god, radiating dreamy light. The undying gold body emitted brilliant lights as if it was about to be revived. Little brother Yi, are you okay? Yen Ruyu's body was crystal clear, and her palms were dazzling. She was about to use her ultimate weapon. Little Yi, what happened? How do you feel? Come back quickly. Tu Fei said. Yi Fan, what's wrong? Qin Yao asked. Part of Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and the other part was in his body. He could sense everything clearly. I'm fine. Don't do anything. Let me study it carefully. As long as the sacred body of the ancients is successful, it will be indestructible and can be refined into a great weapon. There are also many secrets, the big black dog mumbled. Even without it saying it, everyone present knew that the sacred body of the ancients could be refined into an ultimate weapon. The Green Flood Dragon King didn't do anything because it wanted to figure out other secrets. Maybe it could find some visions of the sacred body. Bang! The sacred body of the ancients' corpse shook slightly. The sea of reincarnation shone brightly. Under the swaying of the green lotus, the dried sea of gold became brighter and brighter, and the waves surged. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. It was a corpse. He felt that it was very similar to his own body. Why was it like this? All of a sudden, he saw something in the sea of gold. There was a broken bell and a broken spear. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Those were the weapons of the deceased, which had decayed and perished in the sea of bitterness. With a divine bell on his head and a spear in his hand, he looked down on the world. One could imagine how graceful the sacred body of the ancients would be when wielding these two weapons. Even the weapons are destroyed, but the corpse is still intact. This body is indeed powerful. Yi Fan was quite surprised. It was obvious that the spear and the bell were not weapons of the ultimate path. Otherwise, they would have existed forever. He searched carefully, hoping to find something valuable in the sea of reincarnation. Boom! The sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook, and the waves in the sea of reincarnation became even more violent. Not far away, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At that moment, the corpse was flowing with vitality as if it was alive. Even the shriveled flesh had a sparkling luster. He was shrouded in halos and looked extremely sacred. He sat there with his legs crossed, looking solemn and dignified, like an immortal god. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning intertwined in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body's corpse, and the sea of gold became even more dazzling. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the green lotus sank into the sea, swaying and glowing as if it was going to take root here. Yi Fan's heart tightened. This was the mysterious divine lotus that he had cultivated. If it took root here, what would that mean? Boom! All of a sudden, the divine power contained in the sea of reincarnation rushed into the limbs and bones of this body, surging like a raging tide. Yi Fan suddenly had a strange illusion. This body was like his own body, and he felt as if he could control it. The green lotus swayed, and green light flashed. With a thought, he moved one of his fingers. This was not his finger, but the corpse's. However, it moved under his will. The green lotus swayed and took root in the sea of reincarnation. Green light spilled out, shaking out even more divine power. With a thought, Yi Fan suddenly raised an arm. Not far away, everyone, including the large black dog, was shocked. The sacred body that had been dead for many years was actually moving. Boom! More divine power surged out of his sea of reincarnation. With a flash of thought, Yi Fan suddenly stood up. His movements did not slow down at all. This is... Heavens, what happened? Tu Fei was tongue-tied. Yen Ruyu's palm flashed with light, and the power of the extreme path surged out, pressing forward. Don't attack. I don't know what happened, but it won't be dangerous. Yi Fan's real body said hurriedly, blocking them. At the same time, his mind, which was in the corpse, felt very natural, as if it was in his own body. He didn't feel very comfortable. Under the power of the extreme path, with a thought, the sea of reincarnation clanged, and the broken golden divine bell flew out, hovering above his head, bobbing up and down. At the same time, a broken green battle spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely heavy, and terrifying waves shook out. Yifan, what did you do? How did this corpse come back to life? Tu-Fei backed away in shock. The large black dog's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He said, "Damn, the sacred body of the ancients is the most mysterious. Even a corpse is so strange." Although Yen Ruyu had retracted the power of the extreme path, the light in her palm was not withdrawn. She was always on guard. Yifan's real body and the corpse stood opposite each other. They looked at each other. It was a strange feeling because they were both him at the moment. Suddenly he was shocked. After the divine power in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body of the ancients overflowed, it began to circulate according to some mysterious path. The broken golden divine bell above Yifan's head, and the broken green battle spear in his hand. He sensed the aura of the great path, and his combat strength surged. This withered body was immortal and indestructible. It had been preserved until now, and there was no obstruction in the circulation of divine power. It was very smooth. This is a mental cultivation method of the great path. I might obtain some kind of inheritance. Yifan was shocked. If the sea of reincarnation was like this, would other secret realms of the human body be like this? This corpse could very well be a priceless treasure.